Good morning.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Good. There you are. Doing well, thank you. How are you?
It does not look like your studio.
Yeah, I'm experimenting with some nicer backgrounds here.
I didn't know you were allowed in the rest of the house.
Well, I have to bring the house to me.
I see what you're doing.
I'm adding virtual backgrounds.
Great idea.
Yeah, my studio, especially my daughter's section of it, is chaos, and I didn't quite get up here in time, or I did other things. Look at this cool one. Yeah, now I'm in a cool bachelor pad.
But I like that you've chosen the artwork to go with the setting, with the furniture.
Yeah, I got this one. This one with a whole bunch of paintings of mine.
Yeah.
Got a nice, yeah, these are all nicer than my real house.
And nicer than anybody real house.
Yep, exactly. So like this one behind me here, I made for a person who actually did buy the painting, and they just kind of wanted to see it in their colors. And so it's a nice way to show them how it looks virtually.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
And yeah, now I can use them as backgrounds. I'm seeing if any of these fit better here. Could also just do my own paintings. Let's see that. Let's put a great big one behind me. Oh, wrong year. I think the horizontals work better. Yeah, see, now I'm at a vineyard. Good morning, Kate.
Good morning. Oh,
Liza and I are just playing with virtual backgrounds here.
oh, fun.
Whew, dramatic.
The light's in the wrong place on you.
Yeah, exactly. What do I need to do? Back. If I turn this one off there, now it's backlit. I'm not sure like how something like that. Oof. High drama. There we go. I actually went out to that vineyard last night. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. What vineyard is it?
It's called a Loro vineyard, Alloro.
Is that in Washington County?
Yeah, it's between Beaverton and kind of Tigard, or even Beaverton and Newburgh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. And they just built a new tasting room, and I was fortunate enough to do all their artwork.
Oh, how fun.
Yeah, so we went out and saw it under the lights with the furniture, and it was beautiful. All right, what do you guys think? You like that background? Or should I do a big painting or a nice comfy home?
You should do a home with a painting in the back.
There, now I look sophisticated, like I've got a nice,
Yeah.
just a little tiny painting back there. That painting actually I still have downstairs.
Really cool.
All right, let's go with, does that change it? Nope, same. Trying to show more of that painting.
You'd have to crop the picture.
Yeah, and I think I did have a crop of it, but we'll see if it lowers it or raises it.
There you go.
All right, cool.
Looks good.
All right, we'll go with that for now. show you what the real background looks like here. I don't know how to do no background now. There's none. Yeah. So there's the real mess back there.
It looks fine. Can you pin yourself? Will you pin yourself before you start it?
Clean up.
No, can you pin yourself?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Great. There we go. And then I think I can even make it more. Spotlight. So if I put spotlight, I'm curious if that keeps it. Anybody look back through last week's video? And did it stay on me the whole time?
Yeah, it was good. Really
Yeah, it
good.
was good.
Okay, good. So I did spotlight. So maybe that's the key. All
Yeah.
right. What do we got? About 5 more minutes. Yeah, I thought my studio would be a lot cleaner. I just sent 10 paintings to the gallery, but I don't think I hardly made a dent.
Awesome.
And there's a new, other way, new Portland scene back there, aerial with the nighttime or whatever, kind of very early morning.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I like the glazing on it. It really pops.
Yeah, it was nice using some purples and different colors.
Yeah.
Go to gallery view for a little bit here and just see as everybody signs in. Well, we got about 5 more minutes. Yeah. So how's everybody doing? Everybody have an okay week?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
I am achy and sore. I helped my parents move, what I thought was going to be a 1-day deal, ended up being a 5-day deal, but I guess I should have expected that. They were very optimistic about how much they had actually packed. Yeah, in the first day of packing, I've got a smartwatch on and it told me I walked 10 miles.
Oh
Just
my.
carrying things back and forth. And so 10 miles carrying furniture. And then the next day wasn't much better. I just didn't keep track. But yeah, they're moved into my attic, my daughter or my sister's attic and garage, 2 storage things. They did not do a very good job of getting rid of stuff.
Where did they move to, if you don't mind me asking?
So my sister has a nice big home in Dundee area near McMinnville, and she has a really nice downstairs. So she has a 3-story home, and so they moved into the basement. So, but it's not what most people would consider a basement. It's got, they've got 2 bars down there. They've got a hot tub. It's the big party room. So it's kind of funny. They've got a pool table. So not really my parents' style, but they'll take over and make it their own. Yeah, I mean, probably temporary. I think if my dad has his way, he would like to stay there so he can go golfing and do everything else. But my mom's already looking for property in a house. But they found a good buyer and jumped at it, which I think was a good idea. But everything I was moving, I was like, oh man, I'll see you again soon, I'm sure. I just kept asking them, why don't you hire movers? Oh, we don't need to.
Oh, we got you.
Yeah, exactly. You got me and a kind of a semi-adopted brother of mine, and but he only was able to show up for 2 hours of it. Anyways, everything's good there.
Yeah, that's great.
Before class here, I pulled up our Facebook group, and I did not do a good job of responding to everybody. So I apologize. I just was not home. Their farm had 0 Wi-Fi, almost no phone connection. Good morning, Stacey. So anyways, that's my excuse, and I will try to get to that. And just like last week where we stayed after and I answered questions, I think this week we could, for those of you who would really like some feedback, I don't mind staying after a little bit again and giving some quick feedback. I know Mary, you had some questions, and Barbara, I think, had some questions. And again, I was just reading through them, and I didn't write anybody any replies, so I apologize for that. Hopefully this week will be much calmer and I can actually get to it. I plan to, we have actually nice, beautiful weather outside. So I'm going to go painting this afternoon out at another vineyard. I'm lucky I've got about 300 vineyards within about an hour, 45 minutes of my home. Not all of them are as friendly as others, but I will get out to one of our most local ones and paint with a group of friends. So that'll be fun. Get some Plein.
Michael? Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of plein air setup do you have?
I have about 5 of them, maybe more. I actually even gave some away this year. My smallest kit is a Strada, Strada, and it fits everything into a little kid's like school backpack. And that's the setup that I took to travel around the world. And it's still going after 21, 22 countries and a lot of abuse. So it's made of metal. I like to joke that it could stop a bullet. But it is small. I don't have a very big mixing area, but just like everything else I do, I kind of modified everything. And so I carried a box that I could put my wet paintings in that's 12 by 16, so that I could get 9 by 12 size paintings in there, 12 by 16 size and 12 by 12. And I actually attached 2 of them so I can fit 10 wet paintings. And then what I did was I cut a piece of plexiglass to a 12 by 16 and put some little attachments onto the bottom so that it fits right into the mixing area. So I went from like a 8-inch by 10-inch to a 12-inch by 16-inch mixing area. And I could keep my paints on it and simply slide them into the wet panel carrier.
Mhm.
So that's how I traveled. So I do still use that if I'm just not needing a lot. It's a little bit wobbly, so it lends itself to impressionism. And it's, like I said, it was built to travel, built for lightweight. I have a car kit, if you kind of imagine car camping where you can take your big tent and your heavy stuff instead of hiking in, that a friend of mine, her husband designed and made. And it's really heavy, really big, and it fits into one of those giant backpacking backpacks.
Yeah.
So I like that one the best. Has a huge mixing area. It comes in like 3 or 4 pieces. So the setup and the teardown are a little bit longer, but it's really sturdy. And again, I just wouldn't want to hike very far with it. It would be really cumbersome. But I may use that tonight. And then I also have kind of a cheaper version of what I think is called a Beauport, which is an East Coast design, kind of, I think it's from Maine. And it's basically looks like a big triangle put together, kind of a lean-to triangle. It's very strange looking, but it is beyond sturdy. Like I can paint on the Oregon coast with it and in the gorge where we have a lot of wind. The giant canvases, on the other hand, can be a little bit tough because they can become kites in the wind. But I can paint up to 36 inches by 48 inches on that, which I like to do sometimes. I'll take out a gigantic canvas and just push myself and challenge myself. So lots of different setups for lots of different things. And I also have the old French Pichade box, what everybody's seen. It looks kind of like a wooden briefcase and the legs are attached to that. That was my first setup. I think it's all the way from college, and it is held together by duct tape, glue, popsicle sticks. It's crazy looking. But it still works. But I don't really like that one very much. I know a lot of my friends still use that setup, even though, you know, as professionals. So it definitely has a history and people like it. But anyway, so the question was, for those of you just joining, kind of about my outdoor setups, what I'm planning to go plein air painting this afternoon. And that's something I, again, do not mind. I would love to share that if that's of interest to anybody.
Yeah.
We can even do that in the next class, because we'll be getting kind of ready for plein air painting. And by next class, I mean the next 6-week class. I just submitted that to Oregon Society of Artists. I named that one Painting on the Edge. And it will be about brushwork, edge work, and really playing with, it's kind of, okay, now we have our composition, our design, and our colors. So what's the final step to that? And that is our expressiveness, our brushwork, and kind of our style. So that's a really fun one for those of you who are ready for something like that. It's a great opportunity to do the experimenting, kind of like we're doing now with color, where you're trying out things maybe you wouldn't make time for, or you know, testing new things. The next class will be about brushes. It's really interesting. I'll have to find my notes. I sat with a great friend of mine, Amy Erickson, who's an amazing painter, and her name is AIMEE Erickson. She's just fantastic. I think she's one of the best living painters right now. And we talked just about brushwork for quite a while, and I was taking notes, and it is amazing what it takes. Again, I'm just kind of looking around to see if my notes are available from that day. But all the pieces that go into brushwork, and it's funny, we just think, oh, you put paint on the brush and apply that to the canvas, but there's just so very much to it. For those of you who've been my student for a long time, you know that I used to pretty much only use flats. I like long bristle flats, and I still think for beginners that you can get most everything you need from those, and it teaches you to vary your pressure as you're painting, you know, light pressure, heavy pressure, scumbling, scrubbing, loading the brush, all that. But as I, you know, paint more and more, and I'm experimenting with a lot of different brushes. I'm really liking long Egbert brushes, which are crazy and strange. You know, they can be like 3-4 inch long bristles. So they kind of lend themselves to a very organic, very messy style. They're, you know, harder to control, but I'm sure enjoying playing with those. So anyways, lots to go over in that class. I hope everybody would want to join me, but we can use that time too. If there's a lot of people in that class who are interested in doing plein air, we can talk a lot more about that during that class. And I could even take out my, you know, just teach from my iPhone and actually even do a plein air, virtual plein air session, which may be fun. And if we are out plein air painting, I could probably even invite some local people, some of you guys that are local, to join if you'd like. So anyways, lots of ideas for the next class. Sorry to be promoting it halfway through this class, but I just designed it yesterday. And again, it should be on the OSA website soon, I hope. And again, for those of you that just joined, I'm going to go ahead and stay long again, just because I feel guilty. I did not get to the Facebook group and talk to everybody about all your beautiful, fantastic pictures on there. Yeah, you guys did some really great work. And there we go. So yeah, you guys can see kind of the things that have been turned in over here. Everybody see the Facebook page? Okay, great. Yeah, so much work, you guys. I am really impressed by so many of you going the extra mile. And again, this is not to guilt anybody. I know that we all have lives outside this class. So do as much or as little as you have time for. Just beautiful. This is so neat. to see a Zorn palette and different ideas. And then I also noticed a couple of you putting in links to other class information and educational things. That's just so neat to see everybody sharing. I saw some of you were submitting photos that other people could use. Sorry, nobody in the group won this picture. It's going to Kansas City. But we had 9,500 people enter last month. So that was fun. But yeah, so there's definitely things to work with. So if you would like a critique, or if you would like to watch a critique, I'll stay on for about a half hour after class, and we will get to as many of those as we can. And I will start with you, Mary, because you spoke up first. And it's a painting that's really interesting with the boats and everything. So everybody got my email? Just a nod or a thumbs up? Great. And I also posted it on the Facebook page, kind of showing during today's paintings that I plan to demo on how many different things we'll get to talk about. So we learned about the 4 values last week, color wheel first week, 4 values last week, and mixing from across the color wheel to get all those beautiful grays and browns in the middle of the color space. If you watched the video that I posted that was Robert Gamblin, the main cheese behind Gamblin Paints. That video is just amazing to me, even though it's a bit older now. It's really a fun way to conceptualize it. I know it's confusing and it's a lot of information for a lot of you as you're just learning about color, but after a while of playing in color, I can actually kind of visualize that as I'm mixing my colors, a 3D color space. Especially if I, am having a hard time getting the color to be the right value and the right temperature. It helps that I imagine it in the color space. I actually don't picture color space as a big cylinder like he presents it. I actually, in my head, picture it more as a ball, meaning everything comes towards the white at the top and everything towards the black at the bottom, with the equator, I guess, being the color wheel that we all created. And I got a good question from one of you. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rushing around this morning, about, well, why does he have warm and cool colors side by side? If you'll notice, when he was doing his color wheel, he was using a split secondary palette. So he had 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 greens, 2 blues, 2 purples, 2 reds, 2 oranges. So that kind of changes the lineup. So for those of you that are like, man, this 6 color split primary palette is too limiting, I would really like to use more colors. You can experiment. I would probably add 1 secondary to start with of each, an orange, a green, and a purple. And you'll get more vibrant green, purple, and oranges that way. But I just found that I very, very rarely need such vibrant colors. And again, it's just helps me to understand my colors. If you ever look at Robert Gamblin's paintings online, he paints very bright. He loves a lot of color. It reminds me of Wolf Kahn paintings. And I think Wolf Kahn maybe was one of his either instructors at one point or heroes for sure. And, I'm sure he takes great pride in all these beautiful colors that they've made over the years. And so, why not use them? They're probably free to him anyways. So that's something to experiment with. I pretty much stick with my split primary, but I do experiment a lot, like with the Zorn palette, but where, I'll just say this brown is now my red, this purple is my blue, and some strange yellow like yellow ochre would be my yellow, make a little color wheel with it. and just see, because I'm going to be very limited. I'm not going to be able to make a lot of the bright colors. Everything's going to exist, you know, towards the center of the color wheel. So I do play with that kind of stuff and experiment with that. It does create some interesting challenges and different color harmonies that I may not come to on my own because I'm kind of forced into it. Yeah, any questions, you guys, on what we've learned so far with the color wheel or the 4 values? No, everybody's great. Awesome. You guys are quick learners. I do know that somebody else was asking, you know, about finding references using the 4 values in the landscape. And very quickly, you know, when you're trying to find references, especially if you like backlit scenes or sunset, sunrise scenes like I do, you'll notice that those 4 values aren't always obvious. But the fact that we understand them and know them and can look for them, again, allows us to understand why they're not there, or at least question, why are they not there? What's different? Why is this not a generic noontime 4 value scene? Is it because the grasses are inherently much lighter or much darker? The mountain is, you know, so far away that there's so much atmosphere, like in the painting I'll be doing today. There's lots of reasons that those don't hold into place. You know, again, snow scenes can throw everything out of whack. But at least you have the base to then question. And also, like I did in last week's demo, I changed it. I made it because the grass and the hills in the background were so close in value that it kind of affected the painting. And again, I wasn't sure if that was how it really was, or if that was my lousy photo that I was using as a reference. So by kind of tapping back into that, I was able to say, you know what, let's make the grasses a little bit lighter than the hillside. And I think that will make it a little more interesting and a little bit easier to read. I can see over Susan's shoulder there, you're painting, and look how clean and crisp that reads, even really small. Sorry, Susan.
Not even close yet to being done.
Oh, but yeah, but even on my little screen, I've got, you know, it on group and it reads so clearly. If your values were, you know, closer together, it would read just kind of as abstract shapes more. So anyways, that is the purpose behind that. Not to say that every landscape you paint is going to break beautifully into that 4 value system, but for you to understand it, to build from it, and to question it. So that's that. Today we will, let me talk first about the quote I posted at the top of the email. The failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. As I was framing up my paintings to send out to a gallery this week, I had selected about 15 of them. I ended up sending 10. And it was kind of disheartening for a little bit, just going, man, why are these, you know, not working? You know, what about them don't I like? And it kind of takes the wind out of your sails, because I'm always optimistic. I'm always like, I love every painting I'm working on. But when you get a little bit of distance and you get back to it, you can be a better judge, a better critic of your own work. And so some of those I'll paint back into and fix up some things. Others will be just completely painted over. And, you know, instead of going, oh man, that took me, you know, 10 hours to paint that, where'd that go? It's realization that, you know what, I'm learning all of the time. And my standards are getting higher, hopefully, all of the time. You know, my worst paintings are probably way better than my best paintings were when I started. And, you know, it's kind of fun looking through the folders of, you know, because I put all my paintings into year by year folders. And it's fun to kind of look back through, you know, 12 years ago and see, you know, paintings that I was so proud of and so excited by, I would just paint over immediately now. Sorry if you bought any paintings 12 years ago. And that's hopefully always what it is, but it's not a forward progression like this. It's definitely got its dips and valleys. And that is due to a lot of things as we're pushing ourselves and trying new concepts. When I get back from workshops from other instructors, I'm worse usually for a little bit because I'm trying new things. I'm experimenting, I'm playing, I'm way out of my comfort zone if I'm, really listening and trying some different challenges. And then parts of those lessons become incorporated into what I do. Other ones I'm just like, yeah, that's not for me. And you'll see some of that today. I'm going to show another way of starting a painting. And again, for some of you, you'll like it. For others of you, you'll be like, that's chaos and, not for me. And that's great. Or you'll use, and I typically use kind of a hybrid method between the two styles. And we all know how important the beginning of a painting is. So kind of experimenting with and trying different ways of approaching your painting in the beginning. I also, when I'm beginning my painting, we'll kind of have a conversation with it, and just like, if it's really complicated, like a vineyard scene with a lot of perspective and a lot of details and information that needs to be correct, or somewhere like a city scene, I will do a much more detailed drawing than like I did last week. I just don't want to use those as demos, because who wants to watch me draw for 2 hours and then slowly build up my painting? But there's nothing wrong. Okay, Michelle can come over and watch. But there's a lot of information that goes into that. I actually grabbed some of the sketches from this last vineyard project, and you can see how detailed my drawings can be. There's a lot of information. This one is the one that's at the top of our Facebook group. Sorry, it's kind of hard to see. But I had to draw that perspective so many times and even fix the perspective that was in the photos, because, a camera's going to warp the edges. Yeah, some of these, it's so important, I don't want the, one row turning. I don't want one row getting, brighter or bigger, bolder. This one is a 6 foot by 9 foot. This dog is actually life size in the painting. And all these sheep have such strange anatomy, getting their legs and everything else. There was actually about 20 more sheep in that picture, so I had to take them out because it was just a wall of sheep. And so then I had to make up a lot of their anatomy. So it meant actually getting into anatomy books, going back out and trying to take photos. So some of the sheep that are in that final drawing there were not in the initial picture because, parts of them were missing, and I just was having a hard time making them up at that angle. Anyways, whatever it takes for the initial concept and drawing. And when I do something that's that complicated and that specific, I'm not opposed to actually, because again, that was a 6 foot by 9 foot painting, or maybe even 7 foot by 9 foot. I'm not afraid or embarrassed to use a projector as well. But be careful with a projector, because it also the edges will curve and different things. So I'm constantly having to fix those and everything else. But with great big projects, and like I used to do murals in bars and restaurants and things like that, if I could get into the restaurant when they were closed and use a projector onto a big wall. I remember doing a Jack Daniels label on an entire wall with all the font and all the text and all the detail. And that would have been just ludicrous for me to try and go and draw perfectly, because when you're drawing something big, it's really hard to keep your proportions correct and everything else. And they didn't care how it was done. Nobody's going in there and I bet this artist projected this. It's all about the end image for me. So anyways, that was a big going away, but failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. So know that it's everything is going towards something. Every painting is towards the next painting. I know some of you guys were beating yourselves up on those very first sky paintings we did, which were just little tiny quick splashes of color, just trying to, get some new information and just play, have fun. And, just pushing ourselves a little bit out of our comfort zone is always the key. If you go too far out of the comfort zone, it's overbearing. and makes learning really uncomfortable and scary. So, just pushing yourself a little bit. I've heard 4% is actually kind of the magical number for, and I do kind of agree with that. Okay, color temperature. We're going to be dealing with that a little more today. Everybody quickly with a head nod or a thumbs up understand the concept of color temperature? Yeah, it's a little bit of a wishy-washy concept in that, it's always relative. And so I will be explaining that a little bit. A lot of people, kind of point out that I have a warm and a cool of each color, and that's sort of true. But again, if we revert back to the color wheel lesson, I like to think I have one that, one yellow that leans towards green and one yellow that leans towards orange, because I don't want to be thinking specifically, oh, this is my warm yellow, this is my cool yellow, because I can use them indiscriminately. It depends on the colors that are in the painting, the temperatures of the other colors in the painting, and the colors that it's next to or surrounded by. So we'll talk about that today. Adding black and white across as a mixing. Do any of you guys do mixing black to make your colors darker or white only to make them lighter? I'm not seeing anybody saying yes to that. So that's great. Okay, Linda does, Mary does some, Susan does some. You can do a lot with black and white. And just darkening. But what I'm afraid of first and foremost is my students that use a lot of black as a fallback. Like they're like, okay, this is shadow, black, or this is a shadow, add black. What happens is we stop investigating and getting in and thinking about the colors. There's so much beauty in the shadows in our paintings. If in our references or in real life, if we're willing to look a little bit deeper and asking kind of what is that color. So I'm going to urge you as you go forward to try mixing across the color wheel, adding other colors. Even when you're tinting a color, tinting means adding white, but lightening a color, of course, white is our go-to. But just really be aware and pay attention. If you're trying to create a lighter, brighter, warmer color, adding white oftentimes will really destroy that effect, because white is very cold. You guys have probably noticed that. Like, why is my painting getting chalky? Where's the sunshine gone? It's becoming kind of overcast and cool feeling. So I like to think when I do use black, and I always use whites, always on my palette, I'd like to think of them as colors. It's a little bit of an interesting concept, but I just want to be aware of the fact, and it's kind of funny because they will both oftentimes cool down a scene, because most of the blacks are just really, really, really dark blues to a degree. If you want to use black and white as a value shifter in your painting, I may suggest that you pick up chromatic black from Gamblin paints. We talked a little bit about that last week. It's a mixture of a red and a green. And it really makes a beautiful neutral. It's transparent, and and I actually want to experiment with that. I actually want to experiment with our CMYK colors, and the chromatic black. I may even ask your guys' permission to do that in the second painting today. But knowing that I will have to be prepared to fall flat on my face in front of 23 of my new good friends here, 22 of my new good friends here. But I'm not afraid to do that. Again, if you've been in my classes in the past, you've seen me wipe off a lot of paintings.
I have a question.
Please.
How do you lighten without using white?
Yellow, oftentimes, the lemon yellow, but again, it's going to shift your color. A lot of times what I will be doing is adding some white in, or maybe even pink in, or light yellow. So I will be using white, but I'm going to be making sure that I'm tinting it, adding some color to it, whichever way I want it to go. I don't think you'll ever see pure white in my paintings unless I'm planning to glaze into it later. Pure white just lends itself to a chalky feeling. I hesitate to use the word chalky because I've found after taking so many classes and workshops that it actually means different things to different people. Russian painters have a whole different meaning for chalky. They actually use it kind of in the terms of what we would call muddy colors a lot of times. But chalky, you guys know what I mean by chalky, where you kind of come back to your painting and it has this kind of white gray coolness to a lot of the areas that are just not intended. Somebody asked on the Facebook group too about the challenge I did about for where I spent a summer painting just value studies. Who asked that? Lisa. Okay. So Lisa, what that was, I apologize for jumping around a little bit here. I just want to kind of get through some questions before I get up to the easel. My challenge was, and this kind of goes back to my last class a little bit more. This was a long time ago now. A good friend of mine named Don Bishop, you can look up his work and you'll see there's some similarities. I've been a big fan of his work since I was in college, and luckily I'll actually be painting with him this evening. He can be very honest, which is a great and tough thing to have in a good painting buddy. And we were out painting maybe even longer than 10 years ago. I don't really remember anymore. And he was watching me paint and painting along, and he's like, you need to work on your design. And that was a big pain, I guess, because, you know, that's the fundamental. That's the biggest thing. If you don't have design, you can't paint your way out of it. Design and composition. That's why that was our first class that I teach every year, is design and composition. And I really think it's 70% of your painting. Color and brushwork and everything get the credit, but without design and composition. So anyways, I don't know if he had been thinking about it or if he arbitrarily threw out to me, he's like, I challenge you to only do design paintings. So he basically had me doing black and white paintings. We were going out to Savi Island a couple of times a week to paint, which is a big rural island outside of Portland. Rural. Lots of farm scenes, lots of oak trees, and lots of water. It's a big protected bird area. And then he basically proceeded to challenge me to do 3 value paintings every day. And so for that entire summer, I did that. I ended up with well over 100 paintings, all pretty small, all 8-inch by 10-inch, maybe 9-inch by 12-inch. I started off, some of them on just scraps of cardboard that I gessoed. But as I started to like them more and more, I was actually painting them onto canvases. And I very quickly went from black and white to like a burnt umber or earth red and French ultramarine and white, because that way I got to play with color temperature a little bit in my darks, lights, and neutrals. And I will show you that process in the beginning of the painting that I'm going to do, the new start. And so anyways, I ended up with all of these little just stacks and stacks of value studies. And that winter was a pretty miserable winter. And, in my studio, I, for some reason, just started turning towards these little value studies. And I didn't have photo references. I just painted them, next, paint it, next, paint it. But anyway, so I had all these beautiful little designs and value studies. And so then that during the winter, I proceeded to color them in with no references, just making up the colors. And that's where so I got better at design, and my understanding of color exploded, where I was just like, color doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the right, green of that field and the right reddish brown of the tree. I can do whatever I wanted. I can have purple scenes and still make them read correctly. I can have orange paintings that still read correctly because my design and my values are established. And it was the biggest aha moment. And in fact, the show that I did, I sold out. They were, quite inexpensive and stuff. But it was interesting, like within the first hour selling 17 paintings of the show. And it was such a crazy thing that people were asking me where my other galleries were, and on the spot driving to them and buying more work. So that doesn't happen ever to me besides a couple open studio events that I've had where I sell very inexpensively lots of the same thing though, a lot of my sketches and just concept art. So it's a great opportunity for people to pick up artwork that couldn't afford them normally. So anyways, but since then I do bigger paintings and much more involved. But I do still find, I showed you guys some of those little sketches last week that I just threw, I just glazed into them. So does that answer your question, Lisa? Awesome. So that's something I suggest to any and all of you. The values, the colors you do with the values don't matter as much. But you do see those little black and white and grayscale value charts that you did. Some of you went in and glazed into them. And you do see that the gray works as a color underneath, right? It kind of starts to read as a blue. So if you glaze red over a gray area, it becomes kind of a purplish area inherently. So just being aware of that. Yeah, I really like Earth Red, which is a transparent, and French Ultramarine, which is a semi-transparent. Mixing those, they make a very beautiful semi-transparent dark color. Burnt Umber is fantastic with French Ultramarine. Burnt Umber is not transparent, it's opaque. So if your colors are looking too wishy-washy, with only using transparent colors as an underpainting, I do like to have some transparency in my underpainting a lot of the time because I kind of like the light going through the paint, hitting the white of the gesso, the canvas, and bouncing back out. Sometimes, but I am to a degree kind of getting away from that purposely right now, because after doing it for so many years, it does become a crutch. And I just want to make sure that I'm continuing to challenge myself. Anytime I get super comfortable with something, I hate to even say it, sometimes when I start to sell kind of easily something, I'll shoot myself in the foot monetarily and say, okay, it's time to give that up for a little while. Let's challenge ourselves to the next thing. Just like I'm talking about, working with CMYK colors, that could be a big step back for me for a little bit. But I'm not only dyslexic, I think I'm ADD. And so I got to keep it interesting and keep challenging myself. And again, if it doesn't work after a couple weeks, I can easily step back, or maybe just some of the elements that I've experimented with and learned will become part of my working method. So anyways, always trying new things. How light affects the landscapes and creates a sense of light in the painting. That will definitely be what I'll be going over in both of the paintings today. So we all know that perspective generally, as things recede into space, they get bluer, cooler, grayer. But you're going to notice that with both of the scenes I've chosen for the demos today, and that's just what you get when you paint with Michael Orwick, are going to be backlit scenes. That's my favorite thing. So in this instance, because of all that atmosphere, especially in the second reference that I'll be using, the background actually appears quite warm. And I just want you to remember that that's because of the warm light coming through all those veils of atmosphere and kind of changing the color. One of my favorite effects I see in nature, well, it's not nature, it's in the fall when the tractors are kicking up dirt, when they're plowing up the fields at sunset, makes the most glowy amazing effects. Unfortunately, so do forest fires. But I like to look at those effects and then see how I can bring them into less negative than forest fire paintings. And then living in Oregon, where we have so much beautiful atmosphere and haze, I found that when I paint just blues, grays, and purple paintings, it can feel a little bit cold. So I oftentimes like to warm up my haziness and my atmosphere in my paintings, just because I think that, at least me, I would like to bring warmth into my house, not so much coldness. But everybody's different. You know, I definitely sell blue paintings and cooler feeling paintings when I do them. But, you know, just in case I don't sell it and it has to stay in my house, I want to paint it nice and warm. Any questions about any of that before I transfer over to the palette? Yes, Lorian.
I wanted to say thank you for referring us to the Gamblin site,
No, great.
because I kind of went down a wormhole on there, and there are, there's a color temperature and value chart about which colors are warm and which are cool. So it lists all of the colors. There are printouts of what the colors look like. So all of their colors are referenced, and then they offered some palette examples.
Isn't that cool?
So yeah, I was on that site for like an hour and a half yesterday.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to paint more, but there was so much information available.
I
So thank
love
you.
that section on the historical palettes. Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and I've definitely experimented with some of those different palettes. And it's also affected the colors I use. Yeah, that's a great, I hate to be boring you guys just by having you looking at me and not at my palette. But I get asked a lot why I don't have more earth colors in my palette. And the funny thing is I love tonalist paintings, and I paint tonalist paintings, meaning kind of the Barbizon or the pre-impressionist paintings, which are often very earthy colors, lots of the warm earth browns and yellow ochre colors. Well, what I found was if I use those colors, they're quite limited. If you watch the video, you see how close to the center of the color wheel they are by their very inherent nature. And what I found is by using the palette that I've, the split primary palette that I have you guys using, if you're playing along at home, I can make those, the appearance of those earth colors with modern vibrant colors. I have nothing against any colors at all. I love them all. You've seen my collection of paints, and that's only 1/3 of it. I have a whole nother easel, and that big white thing behind the palette back there is filled with tubes of paint. I'm just as guilty as the next person of falling in love with a color right when I see it in the art store, not even knowing what I'm going to do with it, and dropping $20, $30, $50 on a tube that I may never touch. I think that's why I have to shop online. It's too dangerous if I go into the art store. And anyways, I've found ways to make those, and I will test it by literally laying out that tube of paint that I, the burnt umber, the raw sienna, the yellow ochre, the yellow Naples yellow, all those different colors that, are really common on other people's palettes. I can make a very, very close approximation of those colors and do more with them. So again, that's why I use the palette I use. But it is really fun to experiment with those different palettes. Just know that just because we're painting with very vibrant colors does not mean by that we can't make most of those colors. They may not have the same exact working properties, like a burnt sienna or burnt umber has a lot of, what is it? Magnesium in it. I'm not really good with my chemicals, but anyways, it dries fast. It's beautiful for sketching. If you're going to do value studies and you only wanted to take out one tube of paint, burnt umber is fantastic because you would use the white of the surface by wiping away. Maybe I can even experiment with that today as our painting demo. and it dries very fast. So it's a great underpainting color. But I use the Fast Matte Earth Red, which is a much more transparent version of that. And then I can mix in my Earth Red, or sorry, guys, mix in my French ultramarine blue to make what would be appear to be the burnt umber. And I can change that color to warmer or cooler just with those two tubes of paint. So, and white.
Michael, are you going to show us what you did with your painting that you started last week?
I'm
You
going to
said
work on it.
Oh, you're going to actually work
Yeah,
on
I
it?
didn't touch it after that class, much to my chagrin this morning when I picked it up. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I should have maybe tweaked them while they were wet, design wise and different things. But yeah, we'll kind of work on that. The next painting I want to do, and you guys again are always welcome to work on whatever you want, is going to be a big sky painting. It's actually the beach painting. I'll post it to the Facebook page, my version of it, and some references we can choose from. It's big, heavy, solid, very colorful clouds with some surf, some waves at the bottom, and you guys have all had some practice with your waves. Awesome. That's going to be the next challenge for those who want to paint along, but any reference with kind of big, nice clouds. And we're going to work on building those up. I know I've got a lot of requests for different motifs and things, but unfortunately with a 6-week class, we probably won't be able to go to it. So what I want to do is start that cloud painting next week. And then as you finish that, because we'll have 3 weeks to work on it, you guys please pick up, if you finish it or you want to move on, please pick up any painting you want to do. I know, Barbara, you were wanting to do kind of a nocturne vineyard. I heard from a couple other people about different ideas, and I've already seen you guys are using a lot of your own references and different pictures that you've wanted to paint. Fantastic. I'd urge you to do that. So that's what we'll be doing is kind of the next 3 weeks is working on the big sky painting, talking about that because it uses everything that we're going to be learning. So it's a way to kind of put that into effect. And then you'll have time to work on whatever painting it is that you want to work on. And then that will be a chance for us to all see it, all critique, all learn from each other. And then, of course, I'll be talking my way through the paintings as I'm doing it. And what I was thinking on the final week is something that I've never done in any of my classes is actually finishing paintings, getting a couple paintings that are, 2/3 done. Maybe some of them are even 90% done, and just showing kind of my final critique, my final approach, and also showing varnishing, which is pretty quick. But I want to do that and also throw a couple frames on them so you guys can see how different, because a lot of times they just don't look done, and then you throw a frame on it and you're like, oh, perfect, it's done, it's beautiful. It's amazing what frames can do for it. I'm kind of sad because my galleries don't want frames right now for some reason. Actually, I know why, because they're shipping their paintings due to COVID. Nobody's coming in the galleries, and shipping frames is a bummer. So anyways, any questions before I head up to the easel? Oh man, you guys are easy. All right, I'm gonna switch over. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, get some hot tea, hot coffee, and stretch your legs, hands up above your head, and neck back, and we'll see you guys in 5. All right, looks like people are starting to get back. I went ahead and laid out some chromatic black there. I'm just going to make up a quick little couple values. All right, can't quite see from where I'm at. Looks like, yeah, still most people are getting their tea. All right, give it a couple more minutes for everybody to get back here. And also, well, actually, I'll just see if I can do it real quickly. I'm going to try to mute everybody. So if you do want to talk, please just press your space bar or turn on your audio. Where is not remembering where to do the audio for everybody. Oh, there, I think. All right, I'm just going to ask you guys to please mute your video while we're doing this, and then just come in and unmute. If you have questions, you're more than welcome, of course, to talk at any time, just so we're not getting background noise. There it is. Got it. All right, so I've muted everybody. You guys, of course, can unmute and ask questions at any time, but just ask that you kind of go back onto mute when you're done, just so it doesn't have the background noise or take away. Quick peek, and all right, everybody's back. Great. All right, so I went ahead and laid out my color palette back into kind of representing the color wheel. Again, orange would go here, purple here, green here. Got my white and black off to the side. I may be doing some of my color mixing off screen a little bit down below just for space, but we will see if I need to do that. My painting is nice and dry, so I can actually glaze into that. Yep, I always check the lightest areas, the areas with the most would be white in them. White is the slowest of the colors to dry. Indian yellow sometimes can be really slow. So anyways, I usually will touch into the thickest, lightest areas. This is actually pretty thick of paint right in here. And for those, again, that were with me in the first class, the final week, I did 2 demos, and I just wanted to show you kind of where they ended up. I went back in and painted. I posted a video of painting back into this one. It was all very, very warm. I went back in and cooled it down, kind of a morning cool feel to it. It's not finished yet, but it was kind of fun to use the design and go back in and add colors. This one I left, wow, it's really appearing warm on the screen, but it's pretty hot. It's a pretty hot painting. Left a little bit of the blue at the top, and in real life, there's a little more grays and stuff in some of these areas that aren't quite showing up on the monitor. But it was fun kind of going back and visiting those. And what I wanted to show you is I really went back in and added a line of kind of transparent color around the edges here and kind of along the edge of the tree. I had a warm color underneath there, but I actually really went back and played that up by using Indian yellow and my reds, and just created a very transparent feel. I'm going to actually use a little bit of that onto here as we build up our painting. So what I wanted to show you guys in this is that glazing isn't only for the end of paintings for me. Trying to figure out a good spot. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and glaze in just a little bit of warm color into kind of the edges of some things. And then I'm going to paint back into that using opaque, thicker paint, and kind of modify some of those colors. I also want you to notice that all those beautiful colors that we used on this so far are gone. I was going to save them so it could save the mixing time, but I wanted to show you that by using this kind of limited palette, I'm able to remix colors that are close enough, that work for getting back into there. Plus, I'm going to be changing a lot of the colors anyways, like the trees are not even, they don't have any colors, just kind of the dark on them. So, it's nice if you mix big piles and you can save them, it'll save you getting back into them. But I should be able to mix colors that approximate or relate to them very quickly, very easily, just because I have the limited palette here. Any questions on that? Nope. All right. So I'm just going to take a tiny bit of Galkid. It's actually Galkid Light, and I've mixed quite a bit of Gamsol, the paint thinner, with it. So I'm making a very transparent, and it'll dry pretty quick, but it will be a little bit slippery, so I'll have to be aware of that. Maybe a tiny bit of that warmer red. And just a touch of the yellow. That's gonna make it orange. So I'm gonna cool that back down a little bit more with some red with the.
Michael, this is Kim. Excuse me. You said you were adding Galkid. Is that the drying agent?
It
The
will
faster?
dry it faster, and it also makes it more transparent. It's very, very little of it. I don't want it sloppy and too slippery because I won't be able to add paint. And in fact, I'll add it and then I'm going to wipe it back down a little bit. I'm just going to kind of give it a reddish stain a little bit. So this is one of the ways I will kind of go back in and warm up a scene a little bit, or add kind of the penumbra where the cools and the warms meet up. So like, I'll just bring a little bit over there, a little bit over here, a little bit here. I'll take it along the edge of my paint, of my mountain. I can even bring touches of it into the tops of these if I want. I can bring it into my grasses.
You're not even agonizing over where you're putting your paint.
It hurts, it's agony. No, because it's, I can take it right back off. You know what?
So
I'm gonna go ahead and,
this is a kind of I'm sorry to those of you who this is like so basic, but so you can mix an alkyd with your medium, your fat medium, your gel.
I didn't use gel this time.
Oh.
I just used, but it's the same stuff. It's the Galkyd is my medium. So I've
Okay.
got 3 different forms of Galkyd. I have Galkyd gel, which is my go-to. And that's when I want to treat it like paint, when I want to keep the consistency of the paint. Galkyd light is actually just Galkyd, but it has the Gamsol, the paint thinner, mixed into it already. I think it's about a 25% mix of Gamsol to Galkyd, the liquid. So I usually don't suggest people buy Galkyd light, because all it is Galkyd with Gamsol mixed into it. So again, we can just make that.
Does it change the sheen?
Yes, it does have a shinier sheen. Yeah, good question. There, I just added some Gamsol to that, my paint thinner. And I'm just gonna rub that pretty thin. And I'm gonna paint over a lot of this that you're seeing, these reds. The thing I hate the most on this painting are my foreground grasses are a disaster. I really should have kind of refined some of those. But I'm just kind of warming up the scene a little bit. Grab a paper towel and I can just give that a very light wiping down. I can change it. I'm also taking away its slipperiness. So all I'm doing is, if we had a before and after, you just notice this is a little bit warmer, a little bit redder. And I will try my best to not have it keep going out of focus on me. But this is a way like I can quickly kind of change the colors a little bit. Let's get into these grasses. All I'm doing is kind of creating like a little bit of a stain. I'm just slightly warming it up, but I already, besides up here, kind of like that direction better. It feels a little more inviting. Having some of the warmer grasses coming forward, kind of leaning towards red a little bit. Let's not have everything be red up there. So again, just a touch of paint thinner on my towel. Just a little bit. You can see barely, it's just the corners wet right here. I can take that in. And then take my dry towel. And get back into it. That's completely not something I do every time, of course, when I'm painting back into a painting. But it's a quick way to kind of give it some modifications to, I could have cooled it down just as likely. I know Barbara and I were talking, Barbara is interested in doing the nighttime scene. And I was like, you can cheat by just simply doing a value painting and then going over it with blue and purple and, cool color transparency glazing into it. And that's something I've actually done in the past, is literally take a kind of a daytime scene that didn't have really strong cast shadows, because you wouldn't have really strong cast shadows at night. And, maybe an overcast kind of feeling would be best. And then basically I just glazed into it with cool colors, added a moon and instant nighttime scene. Got that trick from movies, actually watching behind the scenes of, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it's an old 80s movie called Point Break, a surfing movie. And they thought it was too dangerous to go nighttime surfing, and they needed that for one of their big climactic scenes. So they just filmed it on an overcast day and put blue filters on their cameras. And I was like, I could do that with my painting. And so, yeah, kind of fun. Yeah, maybe we should test that. You guys want to see me turn this into a nighttime painting real quick and then take it back away? Anybody? All right, we'll do that on a different painting.
I'm scared.
You're scared to see it turn into a nighttime painting? Well, that means I have to do it. Yay. I'm gonna take some more of the paint medium. I'm gonna mix some French ultramarine into it. And I can even add a little bit of the chromatic black. We'll make it a dark nighttime scene in the things. All right, I'm gonna wipe this back away, so don't be too worried.
I guess this is where your advice not to fall in love and think your painting is too precious comes into play, because this is giving me an anxiety attack.
It's abstract.
I'm totally sweating right now.
I'm actually enjoying this.
That's why it's fun to have some old dry paintings that you can play with. Pretty glary. Let me see if I can change the angle a little bit. What do I do about that glare? Nope, still glare. Oh, I know what I need to do. I just need to shut this window. Sorry. There we go. So it's not totally a nighttime scene, but it's definitely a lot cooler. Now let's add a moon. There we go, nighttime.
Wow.
Kind of fun. And let's go back to daytime. Of course, some of that will stain a little bit. So I'll have slightly different painting, but that's all right. And I'm beginning to lift some of my underpainting a little bit just because, you know, it's only a week old. It's not so dry. But that's, I mean, it's nice to have some paintings that you're not in love with or you've fallen back out of love with to play with. So it's definitely a little bit darker than it was before I added the blue to everything, but I don't think that's going to bother me too much, and I'll just try to use some of that. All right, so sorry about that. Now we're one step back, and I'm going to get back to some of those warms, and I'll just make it simple. I'll just add the chromatic black, create the rising, keep on my trees, grasses, tops of trees, edges of grasses. Warm up the horizon line a little bit. Looks crazy on the monitor. Woo! Looks like neon tubes have been attached to it. A little more red in these grasses. Again, with glazes, with transparent glazes, I almost think of it, you know, in cooking, would be adding some delicate herbs just to change the taste a little bit, you know, a little bit of spice to it, just to not completely modify the soup or anything, but I'm just changing the taste a little bit. A touch of curry, give it some, you know, some kind of Indian zest or something. A bit of cayenne, warm it up a little bit. But yeah, isn't that nice right through here? Kind of that little bit of warmth kind of coming around. And then this is just, again, I'm going to be painting over most of this as I build up the painting. So this would definitely be better if my painting was much drier. If you try this at home, you may find that you wipe your painting right off if it's not dried properly for long enough. So maybe if you're wanting to play with this or turn a painting into a night scene or whatever, maybe use an older painting that's been sitting around for a while. Top of this hill's too warm. There we go. So what did we go? We went kind of warmed it up a little bit and then cooled it down and then wiped that off and warmed it right back up. And nobody will be any the wiser that I did all that at the end, hopefully.
The water is sort of opalescent. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it does have kind of a nice feel to it. Let's wipe this off.
Michael, I want to ask about the red color.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reddish is that's the quinacridone.
Just red.
Because that's my most transparent color. It's also the cooler of the two reds. The
one is the transparent quinacridone, and the other one
is cadmium red medium, so very hot.
Oh.
I should double check. Yeah, cadmium red light. Sorry.
Lights. Yeah.
So big difference, warm and cool. You know, much more orange, much more purple. So
The Indian yellow and the lemon yellow.
yeah, that's the colors I chose for this week. It's a cadmium yellow light and Indian yellow. I know last week I used a different yellow. I used the Hansa yellow deep. but I probably want some of the transparency as I build this painting up a little bit. And I found that the tube of Hansa Yellow Deep that I have is a little bit, every tube's going to be different that you buy because of the manufacturing. And I found that I was having a little bit of a difficult time making warm colors with it. It was kind of a, somehow for some reason was feeling a little bit cooler. So anyways, I just swapped over to that. I already like the painting better, just that little bit of red on it. But now let's bring in some information into those trees. Trying to figure out how to set this up so I don't step in front of it, but I can actually reach it. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna think about the trees first. And I don't want them to just be big, flat, dark blue shapes. I'm gonna give them some depth because even though they're in the shadow, I want to get some information in there, and I'm going to bring in some kind of greens and reddy greens, but kind of keeping it on the cooler side a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and talk my way through that a little bit as I mix these greens. So I know it's green, so green instinctually on the color palette would be my lemon yellow and my manganese blue. But that's going to make a green that is far too bright for this scene. It's going to read like spring and in the light, and that just doesn't work, right? So I know that the green needs to be darker. So that kind of instantly leans towards the French ultramarine. All right, my painting's getting very wet. Now I'm actually wiping it back away here, so I'll just be aware of that. So I'm going to add some French ultramarine to that. Instantly, we get a much, much darker color. I'm going to go ahead and add some Indian yellow, which will make it lean towards the kind of more olivey, uglier green. Well, uglier depending on what you're doing. I can even add in a little bit of the manganese. So now I've got both yellows and both blues in my green. It's very dark. It still looks pretty transparent. I'll add a little white to see where it's landing.
Michael, is that like an olive or a sap green that you just mixed?
I would say it's probably more on the sap green side right now.
Okay.
And I can make it definitely get more towards the sap green. The sap green is a very nice, transparent, yellowy green. So there we go. Just by adding a little more yellow to it, I can definitely get it towards the sappy green color, which is not a bad color. This could definitely work in the scene we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and experiment with some red, but because I want to get into the shadows of my tree, I'm going to mix my cooler red first. Grab some of that. And I can decide, you know what, I want my shadows warmer, I want my shadows cooler. I should probably go cooler because we're going to have kind of a warm backlight that I want to, feel that. So I'll probably go towards a slightly cooler shadow. Let's add a little bit of white to that and see where that green's kind of laying down. Oh, it's really quite neutral. It actually just made a gray when I add white to it. So that's interesting. By mixing my dark green and my cool red, I've made a very neutral dark, which that could really work nicely in there. And then I can, as it begins to get a little more light into some of the branches and on the top area, because remember, even though the sun's back behind that mountain, the sky is still illuminated and the light is reflecting down. So that's what's kind of lighting up the top planes of the grasses, and we'll be kind of lighting. It's kind of a radiant light. So I'm going to kind of look up into here a little bit, and I'm going to lighten it with my yellow. But I got to make sure it's not too warm and too vibrant, because it is. So I'm going to add a little white to that, which will cool it down. I'm going to add just a touch of my warm red to that. So you can see how different it is by just having the cooler red, the warmer red, a little bit of white. And because I'm just going to be making up the colors, just kind of, you know, keeping within these value ranges, but playing with color, I have a lot of leeway. I think this green that I've gotten is now lighter than the tops of the grasses. So I want to be careful of that, or use it very sparingly if I do have it in the trees. So I can neutralize it because I made this nice dark neutral and get it darker. I could have also used the black, which I did add to the palette today, which is the chromatic black. Is going to work much the same as this. So there we go. It's a little darker, but it's still going to read as a green. It's nice and cool. So we got the cool light. And I will see how that kind of plays together on there. So let's get some of this neutral dark on there and give ourselves some foundational darks to kind of build on. So again, I kind of go back to my darks. They're going to give me the structure to build on. It's quite transparent. It's nice. You can see the darks just getting a little darker down in there, kind of looking into the shadowy areas where I want it. You know, my darks would probably be getting a little lighter back here, but I'm just going to go ahead and keep this tree pretty dark so that everything wants to come forward. The shadows want to come forward. Just got kind of, and a lot of this detail stuff with the little branches and things, I can kind of wait and build towards that if I want to. Kind of rediscovering the flow and the structure of this creek. I'm going to lower this right side because it's so straight across. And I would actually like that to come lower so that it kind of has this line of going back. So by adding that little bit of an angle, it'll feel like it's flowing a little bit more. I hope. A lot of times when I'm adding my shadows or my darks back in, I really think of it as adding structure, kind of reinforcing my foundation, my design. The shadows oftentimes will kind of give me my design and structure that I will build up on it with the color and brushwork. I'm just using a very worn down flat brush, which has become a filbert. Maybe I should actually pull out a nice flat. I can cover a lot more because this has such a tip to it that I'm not covering very big of areas. So let me try and find a flat. So mean to my brushes, sometimes it can be hard to find a decent flat brush. They all end up filberts. Just for convenience, I'm going ahead and grabbing from my chromatic black because I want a bigger pile of my shadow color. Add some French ultramarine, add a touch of red. Let's see where we end up with that. I bet you that's pretty purple. I'm gonna add some yellow to that to get it back towards a dark green. Let's see what happens if I add it to the white. Yeah, it's reading pretty purple. So I don't want that. I want it to go more green. So I'm gonna add a little more yellow to that and both my yellows. And again, you can kind of see like, it's pretty quick. It's pretty slapdash. I generally don't need my colors to be perfect. I think I even put that on the little email that I sent out, is that colors don't need to be right to be correct or to read correct. And that goes to what I was talking about too with doing all those value paintings, is that it really taught me, it really reinforced that if your values are right, your design is good, you can get away with a lot when it comes to color. Sure have a lot of fun. And within those colors is where we can really bring out the mood and the atmosphere and the soul of the painting, kind of reveal like what mood do you want people to feel when they're looking at it. Again, fiesta versus siesta. Do I want a really dramatic painting, or do I want it to be calmer and more relaxed, more meditative? Also, if I keep my colors closer to each other in a color family, it'll inevitably kind of lean towards siesta a little more than if you have colors from all over the color wheel in there. So the darker color that I added a little bit of white to, I can use that now as my shadow areas as I go back into space. So my darks are a little less dark. It's a little too purple. So I add a little more blue to that. So just constantly tweaking. You know, if you put on a color and it's not the right color, stop putting it on. That should go without saying, but it is amazing how many times I will come around when we're having class in person and they'll put down a color and they'll be like, oh no, that's the wrong blue. Sheesh. Oh man. Maybe if I just spread it around all over the place, I don't know, but people just keep painting and painting. So if you see it wrong, fix it. When you see something wrong, that is the time to fix it, generally. I'm going to lighten that up just a touch more and move to those far back trees and see how that reads. These ones I actually don't mind if it's a little bluer, a little more purple, because I've got kind of a warmer red light kind of affecting, and there's layers of atmosphere back there. So if my shadows back there read a little purpler, that may be an okay thing. We'll see. I'm also trying to kind of think about my shapes a little bit, maybe refine some of those. You saw me doing that in some of the grasses up closer here. All right, now I'm going to get back to these foreground trees because they're going to kind of dictate the color that all of these are. They're just, as my trees go back, the values between the light and the darks in the trees, generally, these are backlit, so it'll be a little different, but the values will get a little closer. So if you have, you know, top lit trees, the values will get closer to the shadows. The lights and the darks get closer as things recede back into the space. They get more pronounced as they come forward. That makes sense? That's a little bit confusing for a lot of people. I mix up some kind of warm, reddy green to kind of bring into some of these branch. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't do the branches, because if I'm going to go back into this sky, it might be better that I do that first. So actually, I'm going to save these colors and I'm going to jump into the sky just a little bit, because basically I wiped a lot of it off in all my experimenting there. So I'm going to have to remix some sky colors. This is my chance to kind of modify things back there. Decide if I want to change any of those colors. Maybe the blues in the clouds are not as blue as I want, or see if I can fix the lighting a little bit better again.
Michael, you were talking about the trees and receding values are closer together. Would they be like analogous versus advancing into the foreground would be more contrasting values?
Hold on 1 second and I will just try to turn on the light real quick and I'll. Do you guys see a little bit of a difference with the light there? Oh yeah, now you can see some color a little better. Okay, please ask that again. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. On the trees, you said on the values that if the trees that are in the background or they're receding, the values are closer together. Would you say they're more analogous versus advancing in the foreground? The values are more like contrasting.
Perfectly said. Yes, exactly right.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so let's go into the clouds a little bit. What way should I take them? In the reference, they're quite blue, almost greenish. Compared, actually, it's just, they look stupid in my photo. So let's go a little more purple. I'm gonna use my manganese to make this purple. So that's the quinacridone, manganese, and a whole lot of white. Makes very nice, cool purple. Add a little more red to part of it. My quinacridone red, sorry. If I want to warm that up, I wouldn't want to mix my warm red into this cool purple probably, but down here it's a little warmer and I can probably add that without it getting going towards brown too much. Quite warm. Let's decide if I want to go towards that warm, but we've already warmed up our scene quite a bit, so I think it could handle it. So a little more white, that'll cool it down. And it's a big difference from what I have on there, but I think it could be nice. Make it read a little more interestingly as my clouds kind of get towards the light source, which is where right about here. And then I'm going to go ahead and take that, adding a little bit of Indian yellow to that mixture should take it towards a kind of a peachy orange, which is kind of what I have on there now. I like doing where I mix my colors kind of like this, where I can see if they're relating as they bend down towards each other. Pretty exciting compared to what I have on there right now. So I got to decide, do I want to go that crazy, or maybe I cool them all down even or lighter by adding more white. This is why I love a big mixing area. Call this bending the color. And it's just fun to watch from purple down to yellow, to peach, to orange. Now I'm just going to take this color kind of back up through that mixture.
Reminds me of those rocket pops from my childhood.
What are rocket pops, the candies?
No, they were an ice cream from the ice cream truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The striped ones. Yeah. So if I keep taking this yellow up as I get towards the purple, it's going to gray down. So I'm going to lose my vibrant purple, but I think that's going to be okay. Maybe a little bit of a gray. Maybe be a little more harmonious, actually. I'm going to go ahead and bring that color back down. So I'm just trying to get all these colors to relate, but to change a little bit. So now they're all graying down because I took the purples and the yellows and let them touch, and now I'm so they're much more subdued now. Does that make sense, you guys? I had purple on one end, yellow on the other, and by combining them, I'm getting much more subtle versions of each, and they should relate a little better. Yeah, isn't that a nice transition? I'm assuming you're all shouting yes, just didn't take it off mute.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Really helpful, because my colors always end up too strong, and it's because I'm not blending them and graying them. So that's really helpful.
Right, let's do a quick experiment. Let's use our gray. So I'm going to mix, I'm going to clean a little area to mix here. Because I've even had instructors in the past who've said, you know, you should definitely have black on your palette because you need it to neutralize colors. And I just wonder if they weren't informed about mixing across the color wheel. Because this is, you know, in my earlier years of painting and taking classes. So I'm going to make a very vibrant purple. And I'll show you when I use gray, because it does make some beautiful kind of, I always think of them as 1960s kitchen colors. So there's kind of a very pinky purple. Let's even make it a little more vibrant. Okay, so we got this bright kind of lipstick color. Over here, I mixed some different values of gray. I've got a very light gray, a mid gray, a darker gray, and then black. I'm going to take from my mid gray because that's just going to be the most obvious. I'm going to put that up here and let's mix towards it and see what happens. So you can use it to subdue the color. And it does create some nice colors. But again, I just want to think of my gray as a color, not just a neutralizing of. Probably can't even see it. It's almost the same as the background color of the palette. All right, now I'm going to do the same thing down here, but I'm going to mix yellow towards it. So mixing across the color wheel. And it would actually be, that's very red, so it's actually going to be a little bit greenish that I would mix across to it. So I added just a touch of the blue. Let's add some, well, now it's about the same value, a little bit lighter than that gray that I just used. A very different effect, very different feeling by mixing across the color wheel. It's picking up. I'm going to add a little more blue to that green. Even. But yeah, I'm getting all these interesting, beautiful in-between colors. Might have to zoom in on it here in just a second, but wait till you see kind of what's happening in there. It's really interesting and really beautiful. You guys can kind of see that on there, but let's zoom in. So you can see I'm still getting a grayed down version of the color, but up here, you know, it's very much gray. So there's, you know, that kind of shows where you might want to use kind of a chromatic gray or black versus trying to mix across the color wheel here. But I could definitely, there's other options where, you know, mixing a different green that wasn't so vibrant to counteract that very vibrant purple. That very vibrant, whatever color that is, fuchsia. There we go, there it's going towards gray. Definitely not as pretty a colors though. So pretty interesting. So I urge you guys to experiment with that. These colors in value are much closer to each other, this purple and this yellow versus a dark green and that. So the color inevitably gets darker as it goes down, and that gray is lighter, so it's getting lighter, but there's some beautiful colors going on in here. So I could definitely contemplate using the chromatic black if I wanted to neutralize down color. So that's another option for you. That makes sense?
Yes.
Let's see if I end up using any lipstick red on there. All right, so I'm gonna clean this brush a little. My whole thing of paint thinner is now fuchsia red. Looks like Kool-Aid. All right, so I'm gonna bring in, I'm gonna actually grab a piece of that, bring it over to here. So I have just a bit of high chroma, kind of fun. Can see everything okay? My sunlight is going to be here, so I'll let my clouds be a little bit warmer there. I want that a little bit cooler on the edges there, so bring in a little bit of my blue. I could actually bring in a touch of the black if I wanted. I'm just always being very cognizant if I am adding white that I'm not, or black, that I'm not just creating a dead spot in my color. Big brutish brush here, not getting any kind of a tip or anything. So
Any guidelines on cloud edges, whether it's from the bottom or the top with that kind of a sun backlit?
I mean, I like to kind of feather the edges out a little bit just because it will feel less heavy. Generally, I kind of look for areas of the clouds, and we'll be talking about this a lot in the next assignment. I do like to kind of look for where can a cloud be softer, where should a cloud be firmer. Because if you treat all the clouds the same, or even worse yet, treat everything in your painting the same, you have, you know, clouds that are treated like trees and like rocks and things. So for me, you know, clouds have definitely a softer, airier feel to them. So I will oftentimes kind of play that up, maybe not all over, not make them all equally soft and fuzzy, but I look for areas of lost edges and found edges, you know, areas that I can make it a little more, a little tighter, not tighter, a little crisper. And then areas where it can really almost just optically dissolve. Like you just don't know where the cloud begins and the sky begins. With backlit, you can definitely have where it's a little cooler on the side towards you, and then you can have the kind of nice, I could literally outline them if the sun was behind it. They could have a kind of a halo almost of light. And you can decide if you want to play that up or not. In the reference, there's not much of that, but again, this is a pretty lousy photo. So I can decide, you know, I can push and pull and change all that. So as I build up, I'll kind of give it a peek and maybe start to decide, do I want to, halo or, you know, give some differing effects. So I'm going to measure from the ground, from the horizon there, and then I'm just going to match that here. So bring in some of the reflected clouds.
I had an instructor tell me you could turn your picture upside down to paint the reflections.
Yeah, sure. I turn them on their side a lot of times.
Oh.
Yeah, you definitely can.
And the mountain is too far away to be in the reflection?
I believe so, yeah. I'm going to make it so. And I'm actually going to lower those clouds so they're not sticking all the way up over too much. Just giving some quick measurements on the reference to see. Yeah. I mean, if I keep measuring, I could probably do it pretty equally since it's at eye level.
Michael, your shoulder's getting in focus.
Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. I'm just going to push those around. I don't need to have a pristine reflection. I'm going to have a little bit of rippling in the water. I'm liking those clouds quite a lot better already. Added a little more interest to them. There's a, I've got some of that undercolor showing. So there's kind of an innate harmony to it naturally. And I've got more of a fluctuation in the warms and reds kind of along the horizon, and differing things going on there a little bit, which I think makes it a little bit more dynamic. Since those clouds kind of are the focal point almost, they're pretty beautiful. Especially when I bring in the sunlight. Give that brush a little bit of a clean as I pick up some of this peach color. I'm just gonna run it across here a little bit. Got that nice yellow underpainting, which is probably really gonna, wherever I don't quite cover, will kind of have this nice effect, warm, light feel to it. Again, my reference is pretty lousy. It looks like the camera couldn't quite even focus on the light. So I'm just going to kind of make some of that up. If I was smarter or more patient or not trying to paint kind of quickly in front of you guys, I'd probably even look up some other references. But I'm going to go ahead and just keep painting and see what happens. I'm going to warm this area quite a lot because my sunlight's going to be warm and lighten. So you see, if I just added white into this, because it's light, it would read as cool and destroy the illusion of sunlight kind of peeking through there. Trying to think of where I want my sun, probably like right here, or maybe right below it. I'm gonna get in the way a little bit here. I apologize. Just kind of, I like to drag the paint versus pushing it, and so I have to change the grip a little bit over there. And where I'm putting the yellow, the yellow that was there previously is reading as almost a coolie green now compared to how warm this yellow is that I'm putting in. So that's kind of fun, seeing a little bit of that speckling showing through. So a lot of times, my paintings really take 2 layers. And I'm really coming to terms with that I'm not as much of an alla prima, all at once painter as I thought I was, or was kind of trying to be. I don't mind living with the paintings for a little bit and revisiting and adding color and light on top of each other a little bit. Hey, sorry, I'm blocking again. I know. It's just hard to get to that far side over there without my shoulder. I'm going to bring it over a little bit so we'll lose the reference, but at least I'll be able to reach a little better. I have the camera like directly against my shoulder almost, so without trying to bump it. There's none of these clouds in the reference, but thought they might be kind of interesting to bring a little bit of interest up above into the painting. Can soften the tops of this area. Just by simply kind of dragging it. It doesn't have much paint on it, so I'm using kind of the paint that's on there. You can kind of hear that scrubbing noise a little bit maybe. Hint at some of these colors back in here. Whew. Wow, it got a lot more exciting now that I kind of step away from it. Might be a little too high, too dramatic. What do you guys think? Is that too much? Did I go a little too crazy, or is that kind of nice?
I like the drama.
It's got drama.
I like.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to soften this edge down here so that it has the feel of it like that, just by simply giving it a soft, barely touching the canvas drag. That see, when I still have the color, but I don't have that strong contrasty edge quality everywhere. I can still have the color drama without the crisp edge drama as much. And that might help to alleviate some of my blood pressure issues that when I stepped back, I was like, oh boy, that's a lot. And I can also just bring some of these pinks really lightly across. So the yellow's showing through. I'm just kind of dragging it, scumbling it is the term. And we'll learn about that again in the next class as well. But I like scumbling. I really like painting over dry paintings. You know, I did a little bit of glazing and now I'm doing some scumbling, which is just kind of dry brushing. Can really make this one like it's up there in the wind. It's getting a little wispier. All right, you know what? I see this area over here, and I just don't want it to be a big shape like this. So I'll get a clean towel. I'm just gonna try to knock that back a little bit. There we go. So it doesn't have that big U shape in it. I'm also reading this line of pink as a little severe. So I will soften that edge. And I just clean my brush is all. I just wipe my brush. Now, so there's not really only a touch of paint on there. And I'm just taking the paint that's there. And if my daughter was in here right now, she'd be getting a little bit frustrated at me. She doesn't love it when I make my paintings look like airbrush, like everything's too soft edge. So nice to have her to kind of say, hey, no, get some more brush work in there, you know, explain things a little bit more purposeful. But sometimes a good lost edge is really what it's about. And for me, I just love, you know, I want it to have beautiful colors, a beautiful design. But I don't want my paintings generally, some of them I really like them to be nice and exciting, but I generally don't want to, for me, again, being too punchy and too like, oh my gosh, too fiesta or siesta. All right, where did I say I want my sun right? Let's just bring them all the way down here. Can hint at them above the top of the cloud there. It's hard to try to make it on top of itself here from painting off to the side a little bit, but are you guys okay if I kind of leave my clouds roughly like that? My sky looks okay. I don't really like that this is poking into here. It looks like the clouds are literally like pushing each other out of the way. So let me add a little bit of pinky purple over there, and let's bind them. So I need to remake a color really fast, but hopefully that should be okay. Should be pretty fast. I'm gonna just I'm just kind of poking around, kind of getting the colors to kind of harmonize a little bit. So it's not, one color cloud on one side too much and another on the other side. I'm gonna go ahead and lighten up. Maybe I'm not. I'm trying to think, I could add another little band of color down here, but I'm not really seeing it. I'm going to warm this cloud up over here because the blue so close to the sun looks a little too cold. Still reading a little dark possibly. And now I see this shape, this big stripe, and don't quite love it. So I'm going to see if I can bind it as well to the one above it. Lose some of those so it's not so spotty. Generally, we get in trouble in clouds because we make them too exciting, too busy, too many pieces, too many little dots. So when in doubt, I will generally kind of go in and simplify. Can give these clouds a little shadow on their top. Thinner clouds, more wispy clouds will have less shadow. Kind of hard to see up there. I've been having so much fun painting clouds the last year or two, skies and things. In fact, that's all I did yesterday was just paint on a big sky, the bit of painting that I was able to get to after helping my parents. Speck of paint. All right. Feeling pretty good about the sky right now. It's much more dramatic and interesting. This maybe is too pointing both down there. We can always come back to it. All right, let's get back to the trees. So now I've kind of Make some room to paint some tree colors. And I could actually use some of this light, this sky colors a little bit as, because some of that light and those colors are going to be kind of affecting the brush and stuff. So let's see, let's bring some warm kind of backlit. Can even get a little warmer, I think. Using some of that lipstick color here, we'll see if we can get away with it. Yeah. So where the leaves are overlapping with the sky and stuff, or kind of towards it, I can get some more of the warms showing up. The light kind of, you know, maybe the leaves are a little bit transparent even, letting some of that light through. And then I'll get kind of cooler and darker and stuff as I get in towards the shadowy side away from the light. I don't want to get too spotty. I do not want to be painting leaf, leaf, leaf. So I got to be aware of that. I want to keep them kind of together. You know, might have a couple leaves that are interesting off the periphery of the, or off the edges. But where can I bind them? Where can I merge and create shapes versus trying to paint things? I don't want to be painting leaf, leaf, leaf. I want to be painting the shape that I want of this tree. Having a couple leaves sticking off the ends can be really nice, but it can get really busy and spotty. So I'm always trying to be aware of that. And I hate to say it, but nothing says amateur like leaf, 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 grass, grass, grass in a painting where you're just painting dot, 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 dot. You know, you're not even thinking about what the shape of the leaves are. You're just, all leaves are dots. All grasses are little lines. Look for the shape that underlies it. Oh, sorry. Really getting in the way there.
Michael, speaking of shapes, they're not really dots. What, I don't want to say stroke, but what would you call your
Calligraphy.
stroke? What?
Calligraphy?
And
yeah, I just don't want them to be the same. I don't want them to replicate each other. You know, because some leaves are sideways to us. Some of them are, you know, bending over on themselves. They're all doing different things. They're all different sizes and different things. So again, if we start treating our paintbrush like a stamp tool, like, okay, I got my, here's my leaf brush, you know, leaf, 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 1,000 leaves later, leaf, 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 leaf. It just, there's no personality in it. So, you know, if we can give them a little bit of personality, your painting will probably reward you for it. It'll just, and people won't even know. They'll just feel a little better about it. Well, they will know, but yeah, just where can I bind them? I just don't want it so busy. Now I'm gonna start coming into this with more of my green. And I can go ahead and mix that into there to create a transition color. But these are the leaves that aren't as backlit. You know, it's a little denser in here. And I'm not going to be seeing as much information. Yeah, my reference is giving me nothing. It's just a big black blob over here, big black mass. So this is my opportunity to kind of make it up a little bit. And yeah, when I get to that right side of the painting, I just haven't quite figured out how to not get in the way so much. I'm gonna bring some of this same green over here. It's kind of a cooler. Again, it's just kind of the reflected light off the dome of the sky that is lighting up these. Warm it up just a touch towards the edge. Coming back over here. I'm gonna go ahead and let it get towards really dark in here, but not probably to black because, you know, it's us seeing it, not a camera. I'll probably have some dark black shadows in there, but I'm having a really hard time seeing what's going on over here because of glare, because I can't stand next to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and slide it towards me. I apologize if you're not gonna see the palette, but otherwise I'm just painting blind into shine on shine. So like the little bit of green that's up in here, I'm also using that to kind of give me structure, bringing a little bit of shadow into the leaves so that it's got a little bit of form, you know, as the kind of leaves kind of umbrella over a little bit, whatever shape you decide to give your foliage is fine. Oh boy, yeah, I really got nothing in the references. So when you're doing your own, you may need to do a little more research and maybe find a bush, unless you just want it to be a big dark shape, which is, you know, your choice. And I may, after class, if I have some time to get back to this, may find some references that give me something a little more interesting than whatever it is I'm doing here. I'm gonna scoot over here. Create some transition colors towards the shadows. I fall into the trap of ... as well. So I got to be aware of that, you know, just like you guys, it's, it gets easy. And especially if you go, oh, that's a good mark. Let's make 100 more of them. Just the same. So I'm always trying to find how can I give, you know, as much of this painting, like I don't want all my trees to be the same shape, same size. I want them to, you know, have a little bit of a personality. I could even, you know, make them a little different. I could make this one a little redder. Oops, too dark though. Let's add some of our purpley gray that we made with our black. You know, maybe it's a slightly different type back here. All right. What I would do if I were going to continue, but I want to get on to the next painting. Well, let's have a quick chat, you guys. I'm already getting towards noon. We're done at what, 12:30? I wanted to do kind of a quick lay-in of the other painting, or I could just kind of keep refining this, getting in the grasses and dealing with this mess in the foreground. What would you guys rather see? Would you rather see me keep working on this and refining it? Or would you like to see me starting a painting kind of using that subtractive style, or I could push that off to next week?
I don't know. I would go for starting a new one.
Okay.
I'm starting a new one.
All right, cool.
I like watching you finish this one, but it's up to you.
All right. We
I
need a
want
couple more
finish.
votes.
Finish also.
Uh-oh, now we're at a tie.
Michael, I have a question about the hills in the background. Then will you be doing something to show the sun sort of bouncing off the top of those?
Yeah, definitely. Let me go ahead and jump back there. So let's go ahead and just keep working on this. We only have, I need to take a break here in just a second. And I didn't actually go get anything to drink during my last break. I was just setting up. Do you guys mind if we take a 5-minute break again? And that'll give me a chance to kind of look at what I got going on here. And then what I'll do is I'm just going to work on this. That way I will get a painting started next week and we'll all be kind of on the same page. So I'm not a week ahead. And because I got a lot of grasses to refine, I've got the hill to refine, and then we get to decide what we want to do with our water as well. Right now, it's kind of an interesting mix. Oh, I see what I need to do. I need where that blue stripe is next to the sun and the water. I need to warm that up. Yeah, so let's keep working on this. And we'll do for we'll take a 5-minute break, about another half hour on this and ask questions. Oh, those leaves are pretty dotty. I got to get in there too. I couldn't see it. It's just straight glare from where I was. So yeah, we got things to do on this. 5 minutes break, get back to this, refine it a little bit more. And then I will start doing a critique for the final 15 minutes of class, and we will go long. We'll critique for a while, for however long you guys want to stay. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Awesome. The 3 people, 4 people, perfect. All right, break. That bright light behind me. Anybody have any questions so far on how I've been trying to approach this painting?
Not so far.
All right, looks like people are kind of getting back.
I love the colors. They're awesome.
Yeah, a lot more dynamic than where we started, especially since we started with the nighttime. Just kidding. But it's fun to paint over. I mean, they've got some scumbled in areas, some thicker paint areas. One thing I'm thinking about the leaves is softening some of those edges a little bit. And that will help tie it in a little bit. I've got kind of real hard edged leaves sitting in there. And so kind of being aware of that a little bit. Yeah, it's nice to not just rush my way through it right now and get to come back in and refine. And then I'll be cutting into some of those foreground grasses a little bit using some of the sky colors, and that will hopefully give us something a little more interesting in the foreground versus just the big black dark mass that's not described. What I may do too is after it's dried a little bit is in the very foreground actually add some more detailed refined grasses, just a couple of them, or maybe a cattail or something of interest a little bit up there. But I don't want to add too much. I kind of wish I would have left it just open, just clear cut those grasses a little more. That was my intention, but I ended up bringing in a little more than I wanted. So I can see maybe I'll be able to actually cover them with some sky color. We'll see if we have enough opacity to use my paint like whiteout and fix my bad choices a little bit. How many of you guys are actually doing the similar scene?
I am.
Okay, be curious to see how you deal with all these same issues with the bad reference. It's always nice to have that as an excuse, though, at least.
It's still a lot better than my references. The only thing is that if you use your own reference, you kind of know the scene better without looking at it that hard anyway. So,
Yeah, absolutely. I do have some friends that refuse to paint from anything that isn't like a reference in a place they've been. They, swear by the fact that they have that connection with it. I do a lot of commissions for people, and also, coming from illustration background and stuff, where I've tried not to let that be much of a barrier, but I could see there being some definite advantages to that. And it's always nice. I just got 2 more commissions this week. And one of them is of Hasita Head, the lighthouse. Not sure what town that's out of. Anyways, I've been there a couple times. I do, as soon as he told me where he wanted painting, I know it's a beautiful lighthouse. It's bright white with red roof on the lighthouse and on the the building connected to it. So I know it's really beautiful, but instantly my thought was, wow, I remember trying to photograph it. It's really difficult to get interesting photos of because it butts right up against the cliff face. So you can't get much distance from it. And he wants it to be the dominant image because he's buying it for his wife and it's her favorite place. So, he doesn't want it as a little speck off on the horizon. He wants it to be pretty dominant. So that's been some interesting conversations and trying to figure out different designs that could work. I think we're getting closer from it. We just changed from being, behind it facing directly west towards the sunset to being south of it, looking back towards it. So we'll have the sunset on the left side and the light hitting the white lighthouse.
Now you might have to get out on a boat.
Yeah, well, yeah. And he lives down there and he does have a drone. So he was contemplating trying to get that out there. It's not doesn't take the best photos, but at least we could get some different design ideas. I don't know if it's legal because it's a protected bird area. I don't know if you can fly drones out there or not. But anyways, but the fact that I do know it is helpful. And I've even watched where the sunset hits out there and played in the tidal pools with my daughter when she was little down below and stuff. So
yeah, to tell you the truth, I'm having a little trouble visualizing this wetland scene because I'm not familiar with it in person. I mean, yeah, so I'm not getting it. I'm not going to get it quite right because I just don't know it firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just please make it your own and do whatever you want, or, feel free to work from something you do know, work from a reference. And
next time I'm committed to this now.
Okay. All right. Great. Looks like everybody's back for the most part. So I will get back up there and I will go ahead and work on those hills a little bit. What I'm going to be doing is bringing some radiant light from kind of the top of the sky down. So it won't be, maybe I can bring a little bit of that pink warmer light right onto the kind of edges and stuff. But I have to be very aware of, okay, this is my sunlight. What areas can it actually be touching the light that's coming from that? So I don't want to make bright, warm spots on the near side of the hill because it's in the shadow compared to where the sun is. So I'm always thinking about that. I can bring color and stuff in a little bit, but it wouldn't be very bright just because of where the light is. So let's get back over there. Yeah, it looks all right on the monitor. Get back to the view, speaker view. All right, and everybody is muted again, but feel free to ask questions as you have them. Sorry, my throat was getting pretty scratchy at the end of that, so hopefully you guys could understand me all right at the end there. All right, so we don't have any colors mixed up for the hill back here yet because they've all been kind of wiped away. Just clean a brush. And let's go ahead and discuss what's going on back there. Most likely it's a green hill if it was, midday, kind of, not just low-lying grasses or rocks, but I kind of picture it as tree-covered rolling hills back there, but it's far enough away. And again, it's in the shadow. So not much of that is revealing itself to me in my interpretation of it. I'm going to go ahead and use some of this color that I mixed up here. Kind of gray, purple. And let's see what happens if I bring a little bit of that warmth down. And I also get to figure out, where do these hills kind of overlap each other? Like, does this hill come down a little bit in front of that hill? Maybe this hill over here also kind of connects. Maybe that little bump back there is actually behind them. So that'll take some changing a little bit. I can bring a little bit of this warmth up top there. I can bring a little bit further away, but it's going to get less and more dissipated. So I'm going to go ahead and use a little more of that gray and a little more blue in there. And I'm going to push a couple hills back just a little further. This one back here. So that hill kind of falls back. These two are kind of in the foreground. I'm also going to have this hill slowly come down so that these hills back here are further back. It's not just the hill getting smaller, those are actually hills further away. So you can kind of see that. They're further away, so I can actually soften their edges, their tops a little bit, make them less crisp. That will also help them fall back into space just a little bit. You see that softer edge versus the edges here? All right, this red here is really quite warm, but maybe it works as kind of a halo, or I don't know exactly what I would call that. So maybe I do play up the warmth right here. It's a little extreme, so I'm going to cool that down a little, bringing in a little bit of blue. So I've made a gray, green, blue there real quickly. Sorry, it's not showing up. This little pile here, a little bit of gray, green, blue. And I'm just going to see what that does. On the monitor, this is sure reading is warm. So I'm going to knock that back just a touch, just pull off a little bit of that paint. Don't mind it being a little warmer because that kind of is nice right below the sun there. And just a touch of pink to that. So I've got a little bit of green here. But I don't want it very bright. And I can add like a little line there, like some tops of some trees. Maybe I'll even make that a little pinker, like it's picking up a little bit of the radiant light. When I mixed pink in with my gray, green, blue, it got darker. So I'm going to add a little gray into that, a little lighter. And you can describe, decide what are your hills doing. And I just want to keep it real subtle back there. Just, the viewer may not even name this or even really pay attention to it. It just kind of subconsciously almost picks up just a touch of information, describes maybe the lay of the land a little bit without bringing attention back there. All right, I'm also going to push these hills back just a touch by using some light purpley gray. And I'm just going to separate the hills from these trees just a touch.
Sorry, Michael, is that a blue gray?
The one I just added?
Yeah.
It's almost more towards a real light mauve gray, a touch of purple. I'm just imagining a little bit of the radiant lights catching down in there. And I just put a couple of spots down, but now I'm just going to kind of blend that. I dried the brush off or cleaned the brush off and want to have a soft gradation, adding a little line of atmosphere back there. Got to be careful that I don't make, yeah, see that little bit of a transition color. Pretty subtle, but it'll help separate things a little bit more. Let's see if we can zoom in there. So you can see a little bit of the green showing up. This spot right here is a little too bright and light. So maybe add a little more gray blue to that. Just kind of lightly dragging paint on top, letting it sit right on top. Let's take a little bit of paper towel and just kind of knock that back a touch.
I love this close-up of your brushwork.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely see it a little more. And see how these two holes here are too punchy. So I'm going to want to soften those edges a little bit. So again, with the dry brush here. Let's get a little bit of just darkening them a little bit so they're not so in your face. Sky holes can be pretty dangerous. If they are too bright, they just look too glowy. All right, let's go ahead and pull this down here. I'm just gonna, again, find another, I'll just dry this brush off a little bit. I'm gonna soften those leaves. I mean, some of these are just crazy looking. Maybe first even wiping them back a little. So I can just kind of push the paint that's there a little bit to let it, you know, I'm barely touching the surface, just softening their edges just a touch so they're not screaming, look at me. It should hopefully, it's funny, I'm checking myself off the monitor and seeing which ones are really obvious on there. And these are not a focal point at all. So I could actually even just take a brush and really soften them.
Michael, this is Kim. I'm really digging this extreme close-up. I can really see what your brush is doing.
All right, good. Yeah, and I'm not really adding hardly any color, so it works out because you don't have to see the palette. Yeah, working towards the edge of the canvas, I definitely want this edge to be a little quieter. You know, I don't want the viewer getting drawn over here too much. Greedy me, I want their attention as long as I can have it. So if I put a lot of attention towards the end, I always think that that kind of tells them, you know, look to the next painting on the wall. So I want to keep the viewer traveling, their eye traveling around in my painting. So by softening the things onto the edges a little bit, it doesn't draw the eye across as much. Got this kind of weird, so figuring out a way to maybe just bring an arch into it a little bit.
Can you pan the camera right just a little?
There's the edge. I'm right on it.
So it looks like your brush is pretty dry with like 2 hairs of paint. Is that generally how you did the rest of it?
No, it's I'm using almost the paint that's already on there and just kind of pushing it around. So I want some of the light showing through here, but again, I just don't want it being too obvious.
Was that a shop brush you just used to soften?
Yeah, just a real crispy, crappy shop brush. And the good thing about when you blend with that is you can't control it. So, you know, you get kind of, inevitably, you get some kind of organic shapes. And I should probably step back and see if what I'm trying to do is what's being done. Yeah, and if I need to add detail but want to keep it very, very organic, you know, I can always dig into my collection of crazy chopped up brushes. You know, brushes that I've quite literally cut up and done weird things with. And some of these brushes make really nice foliage. All I did was just take a pair of scissors, like look at this guy. You know, and that can be a great way to add very organic. I just want to make sure I don't count on it too much. So I can, you know, dip a little paint in there really lightly and just it just kind of gives me some soft wispy edges. Let's maybe this guy again. Those weird broken edges. I'll bring some of that warmth back in a little bit up into this area. Yeah, the illusion of detail is usually better than actual detail when you're dealing with organic areas. There we go. Doesn't that feel much more natural?
Yes.
Than having a couple just hard-edged leaves sitting out there. And I still could, you know, if I wanted to, I could add a couple of leaves. Maybe I put some glowy red ones across, you know, across and in front of the cool mountain. You know, I can separate it out from the background colors by adding warmth. You know, I can keep it dark, but just by adding warmth. And then just kind of letting that brush dictate what happens. I mean, it's kind of the Bob Ross idiom of happy accidents, you know, and you just kind of try and create ways that maybe some happy accidents, controlled chaos, I suppose. And from a little distance, these really soft edges will read. I'm going to zoom it back out and watch the edges. I'll zoom in. So there, it's focusing. Fix some of that a little bit. And now let's watch as we zoom out, because again, the viewer is not going to be sticking their face against my painting probably. It's how does it look from a little ways away, right? It starts to get pretty natural.
You know, it's hard to see from here the two middle trees that are slightly more far away.
Yeah.
Do you play with the backlight on them at all, or do
I haven't yet, no, but I sure can. I have to decide how much interest do I want. But I'm just kind of right now letting you guys see like from a bit of a distance. So that would be approximately, you know, 10 feet away. That actually looks somewhat naturalistic. It's got some of the transparent colors, some of the opaque colors, some warms, some cools, all kind of intermixed there in a somewhat natural way, as if the light's kind of getting into those branches and bouncing around within the tree a little bit. Some transparent leaves, some more solid leaves. And you can see now the hillside has a little bit of a delineation where there's the tops of some areas. You know, it looks like there's some plains back there that you could walk along the top of the ridge a little bit, but not too much. I still feel like this little stream. I could very much like bring, oh, there's some branches here that stick out a little further, and they're picking up a little more of the radiant kind of reflective light off the top of the sky. I can bring in little bits of information here within the shadows if I want, as long as I kind of keep them on the cooler, a little bit grayer side. They're not really high chroma because they're not getting a whole lot of light, but it makes it so it's not just stripes of darks in here. I know it's hard to see in that area. Yeah, let's go ahead and add some light to the top of that tree here. So again, using this kind of crazy brush, I could be using anything. A lot of times as I get towards the end of the brush, I use softer brushes now. That's new for me in the last couple of years, as I, again, just use hog's hair bristle brushes all the way through. But I am beginning to invest. This is a rosemary brush, so nice and expensive. And it does have kind of a softer hair. So I just got to make sure I don't, you know, start scrubbing with it accidentally. Won't last very long, but I can get in here and just slightly warm it up. I don't want it to be, you know, overblown. Can even give the far back trees a little bit of a top light if I want. Just, it's very subtle, but hopefully the viewer will kind of see it, but not, again, I'm not saying, you know, look back here. What I'm trying to do is just say, look, they're in the same world. They exist within the same light, you know, with the same light source. So hopefully the edges of these trees are just, the one thing I don't like about these little soft brushes is they just don't hold as much color for as long. Oops, that sure got cool. They don't hold as much color. So I find myself having to reload with them, but that's okay because I'm kind of getting to the stage of the painting where I'm slowing down. I'm just refining edges and shapes, even though there's still a lot to work on in the grasses and whatnot. Let's go ahead and warm up this tree over here just a touch. I can take some of the color that's in that tree, bring it back into some of those lines. So it's not just a even line around it. I want it to feel organic and broken up. And it's where I like to think of painting like sculpting. Let's zoom in a little more on those middle trees and see if we can get the, yeah, see there's just a touch of light on the top of them. Let's see what happens if I lighten that up a little bit to create a little bit of differentiation from the value, the hill value. I think this is going to be too much. So I'm just kind of testing, you know, can it handle this? Does that look silly? Does it draw too much attention to an area I don't really care for there to be a lot of attention?
Actually,
Or does
that was my question. I was wondering which way you would want to go with that. I really didn't.
Yeah, I don't know because those trees are pretty far back there. But again, I can, even though I have the colors, I can soften the edges, and that helps the eye to not want to go there so much. What happens if I bring a line of color across that hill? Can it handle that? Nope. Too much, too extreme. I want to hint at it, not describe it fully. Just going to wipe it back a little bit.
The detail in the grass with those brush strokes just is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's just hinted at. I haven't really done much there, but by keeping the same values and colors close to each other, I can have, you know, different brush strokes. I'm going to lean down. You can see I haven't dealt with this much, so I have a dark and a mid area, but I'll be able to come in with some lighter grasses, and just a couple of them in the shadow area will really help to give it to pronounce it. I'm not liking like the holding too many brushes, you don't know where I'm pointing. This shape right here just is too clean, too perfect. So I want to break that up a little bit. So it's interesting. The painting can go really fast at the beginning and then really get way slowed down towards the end, where, you know, every couple brush strokes really can have an impact. So this is where I would, you know, do a couple brush strokes, step back, do a couple brush strokes, step back, and really kind of judging everything at this point. Bring some of that warmth even into the grasses. Yeah. All right. So I didn't get into this area in here very much, but what I will try to do, and I'm probably going to have to mix up, I'm going to zoom back out, is use some of these sky colors, maybe have to make some more, and then I can actually lay it down kind of thick and I can do, you know, the negative shapes of some of these grasses. Maybe I'll even take out this whole area of grasses just to open it up. Gosh, maybe even all the way over to here. Just take out this whole section. Might be a good idea to open it up, but I don't know. I'll have to kind of look at that, sit on that for a second. Think about it. I still have to fix these colors, and then I'm going to bring some information into some of these grasses that are the upright planes facing us, the kind of tall reeds, tall grasses, and figure those out a little bit. But that's basically what I'll be doing. So
How about the base of the tree on the right?
what about it?
Is it sitting on the edge of some grasses?
It's truly, there are some like messy branches, and that's a tough part for me in this picture. It really probably is the bottom of it's probably there. I think it's actually sitting in the water. Like if I kind of imagined it. Kind of like that's the base of it. And I may have to do something like that, bring a little bit of ripple or some lighter colored something if I want to do it like that. That's always been an issue when I paint this place. It is a flooded kind of area. And so, you know, having trees growing out of water is always kind of interesting. So I've got to kind of decide, do I want to do that? And I may make them more spindly and actually take some of these grass colors and bring them in there. You know, instead of sky holes, they'd be grass holes, which sounds bad. And open that up a little bit, make it a little more spindly. Yeah, so there's some decisions that I, you know, maybe would have been better served to make a little bolder, a little earlier. Yeah, there's always challenges. It's a funny thing being a painter. It's all you do is set up challenges and try to answer them, and then look at the next challenge, the next problem, the next issue, and try to solve it. And the only problem with that is there are 1,000 possible answers to all of it. So that's the fun. That's the challenge. That's why being an art teacher is hard, because people want answers. And all I can do is help you to hopefully ask better questions. So, and come up with your solution to whatever it is. Okay. Class is over, class dismissed. Give yourself a hand. Fantastic. If you need to run off, that's great. If you want to hang out for another half hour or so, I will look at some of the things that have been turned in through Facebook. I apologize again that I didn't get a chance to do it this week. I don't think you would have liked my answers. I was tired and grumpy. So anyways, I'm going to change the view to gallery view. All right. Looks like everybody's still here pretty much. Wow. All right. Share screen and we'll go over to the Facebook page. All right. Everybody is seeing the, oh, wow, I can do share screen and still see you guys. Huh, man. Imagine how good I'll be at Zoom in a couple of years. So everybody can see the Facebook page and my mouse moving around there. Ah, that's crazy. I can even see myself still. All right, yeah, every time I did share screen, I just lost everything. So anyways, I'll probably forget how I did it next week anyway, so it doesn't matter. Welcome to our awesome Facebook page. You guys have been so active on here, at least some of you, and I really appreciate it. And I like your cat, Kathleen, the cat tail. And please keep sharing, please keep commenting. You know, add photos if you are feeling up to it and feeling generous in sharing photos with each other. And I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to Mary, just because she was asking some questions previously. Okay, so looks like I answered that question on there. Shelley, this is turning out so awesome. Let's get to, see if I can find Mary's painting of the Columbia River. All right, so let's go ahead and look at Mary's cool drawing. I like that, really gestural and interesting. Looks like a ink and some gouache painting. Is this from back in the first class, the design class, Mary?
Yes, my idea was to follow your class and keep the painting all the way to the very end and keep
Oh boy,
working with it.
awesome. All right.
So these were first proposed in the first class.
Oops. I just went out of the whole thing. Creative color, we're back. All right, let's go back to Mary. Sorry about that, I went out too far. All right, so here's Mary's painting of that. 16 by 20, it's a big one. I didn't even realize that. So it is interesting. It's getting busy up in this quadrant. And then you have a nice big quiet entryway into it. I think I read a comment in there. Where does your, and anybody can speak up here. We're all gonna help critique each other a little bit. Where does your eye go in this painting?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you and everybody, whoever wants to speak up. But yeah, for you, sure. Where does your eye go, Mary?
I'll wait and hear what others
Okay.
have.
Okay, this is Darla. Over to the right where the boats are.
Yep.
And the little, almost a white cross shape above the boat. That's what I keep looking at.
Yeah, it's really hard to look away from right here.
I saw the left side.
You
the
do?
river,
Okay, good.
under the arch.
Under the arch.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary, where do you want us to go in this painting?
If I were to draw it, it's almost like a figure eight, but it would start in the left arch where she just said, and then it would swirl to the right and come around past the boats, because that's the way the current goes. And then it continues to circle around and come back into the main channel.
Okay. Yeah, I like this area over here. You got some nice movement, you got the S curve, you got things going on. I have an almost impossible time. It's like when you're trying to have a quiet conversation with a friend and their kid is just right beside you, crying. You kind of can't quite get away from here. And I understand that it's structural, but it's so extreme. The dark to light contrast here is so kind of in your face. Nah, that's not a nice way to say it or the right way to say it. But anyways, it's right there. The other problem with that is I believe that the perspective on it is wrong. If we saw the photo, it feels wrong. It feels like it's kind of tipping up a little bit. So that's kind of a double whammy when you're drawing your attention towards something that's not quite there. So figuring that out, do we bring more emphasis over here? Do we subdue that a little bit somehow? And it doesn't even need to be like lightening this and stuff, but maybe it's, lightening the dark building around it, or maybe some of this area here, or bringing some other darks around. It is a tough one because, that's the only red in the painting is here. All the other paint colors are kind of all over the place. And it's also the only basically pure white in the painting. You've got some light areas. So yeah, my eye just wants to go here. And this, yeah, I think this is more pleasing, more interesting. And it's not like I want you to go to this section of the painting and stay there. It's just, I want to kind of travel through it. And I keep getting pulled back to this. I don't know. I could be completely off on it. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's look at some of your colors a little bit here. Kind of nice. So this is, the sun is setting back here. Is that right?
The sun is actually off to the left and everything is bouncing off those clouds. We are looking actually northwestish, north.
Okay, that makes sense. So the sun is coming from the left and hitting things here.
Yes, that's why it touches the clouds up. The pink on the right is just where it's bouncing.
Okay.
And I've been trying to differentiate the yellows because the yellow coming from the left is different than when it bounces off the clouds on the right. But I think right now they're still too severe, but I'd like your comment on it.
Yeah, I'm not actually very able to tell where the light's coming from, unfortunately. I don't know if I would have guessed that. I see that this area here kind of is hinting towards the fact that light is striking it a little bit more, but it's, you know, a very cold light and it's hard to warm up red sometimes. I'll tell you a little story in a second about that. Little bragging story. Yeah, the clouds aren't obvious which side is in the shadows and which side is in the light. And like even the building, like I believe this is the left side of the building and the side facing us, but I'm not positive. And it's a little bit lighter, but it's not like warm or anything. So I don't know if the light coming across from the left was a warm light or a cool light. Or if it's even striking everything, maybe it's, these are in shadow. I just don't quite get a clear picture of that. And I don't know how clear of a picture you want me to have of it, but I almost feel like if I were to guess, I would feel like the sun is behind this bright pink cloud because that's kind of the warmest area. But then all of a sudden it comes up to here again. If you're having the light coming across, this has actually more green and very, very, very cool. It doesn't feel very warm. So that's a tough thing when you know, yellow and blue make green, which is obviously much more cool than if you want a yellow or warmer light source. So the good news is, you know, once it dries, you can bring it across. You're not going to be able to glaze in warmth because glazing yellow over this will make it yellower, but you're still going to have a lot of coldness. So if you did ever want to do glazing, but this is really thick paint. Thick paint's hard to glaze over. You'll have all these little rivulets and areas where the liquid will get captured in there. So that's something to be aware of, you guys, is glazing works better when you have a slightly thinner or less textural paint. Yeah, it's an interesting and kind of a fun image. It reminds me of a lot of paintings I saw like in France and stuff, you know, not from necessarily the Impressionists, but partly some of the guys that were on the periphery of the Impressionists. We went to a couple shows with some friends when we were in France last time. And if I can find that artist, I'll send it to you. Yeah, I guess, do we have the reference available still?
Yes, I posted up the reference as well. Although one of the questions I had was whether I could start, I haven't done it with the bridge yet, but I could shift the colors on the bridge curve so that it's brighter and softer on the left to show which way the light is coming in. Or
yeah. And it doesn't even need to be softer necessarily, but that's just it. Like if I look at it, again, this is the only thing that seems to be lighter, maybe here a little bit, but nothing is speaking to me about the light striking it on the left side. Like these are all dark. Maybe there's a little bit of light on the top of this dome comparatively, but yeah, that's why I would kind of like to see the reference. If and then Also, yeah, warming up the
Reference
light.
is right there on your right on the screen.
Oh, look at you. Okay. Okay, great.
I edited it. It's smaller than that because I didn't want to get lost in the buildings.
Sure. Yeah, it's not a super strong, pronounced, like crisp light. It's a soft light. It's probably showing through atmosphere, you know, some light clouds. But it is definitely, I mean, you can see that this red versus, you know, the shadow side of that. Look at the dome, this whole area versus the blue over here. If you had buildings like this, then you can definitely see it. But it's not, there's not really crisp clear. Yeah, these are really dark back here.
Also, the water on the right is a lot darker in the reference.
Yeah.
Like here.
Really is dark. Yeah, it's a nice image. It's a tough one. I'm wondering too if we can't see this big area of sky, and then big area of cloud that kind of all bonds here. If we could maybe bring some of that in, because this feels so broken and busy and broken and busy. And I know that that's how you apply paint right now, but I feel like if we were able to calm some of this down a little bit, did I lose you? Not seeing you, Mary.
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, there you are up in the corners. Somebody must have left. Anyways, I think looking for some areas that you can calm down, darkening some of this, and then, yeah, it's a tough one because it's not a super strong light. I think that actually a lot of this is kind of in the shadow, probably of the hillside. I know, you know, where this scene is. Yeah, what other questions do you have? Oh, and these hills back here, let's get bluer and a little bit lighter back here too. And even though I know that these are really dark in the reference, I would still probably lighten and cool these down a little bit, and they will fall back, and we'll just have a little more sense of depth. Whew, that was a lot. Sorry, Mary.
No, thank you. That was my question, because one way to go with this would be to really subdue it, because it is very subtle, but at the same time, I was trying to locate the colors before I go into subduing.
Okay.
Your comments have been very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and this pink up here is not nearly as extreme. Actually, neither of them. If you want to subdue those, yeah, those pinks are really bright and kind of drawing me into them as well.
Okay.
So yeah, instead of having kind of a line that we follow, which you would have without this bright white here, you know, this kind of line that takes us back, I'm bouncing. My eye is bouncing from thing to thing, from area to area, which doesn't seem like it should, because you have these nice cylindrical shapes, this nice flowing dark line, a nice, you know, S curve here, but my eyes aren't doing that. It's going bam, 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 bam.
All right, I've got to pull it together.
There you go. Pull it together, Mary. All right, anybody else have questions? I can go to your image.
Yeah, I do. Linda Whittingham. I've been struggling with my Parisian beach painting, and I painted the sky, something like 4.
Yeah, these three here, right?
Yeah, you see the reference photo.
Yep, very nice reference. So let me just look at that and just kind of tell you what I would think about a little bit if I were painting this. Like if I hadn't seen your paintings at all. I like it. It's got nice lines that draw us in. It's got a sense of movement and things like that. The things that initially I would be a little bit skeptical of, or that I would begin to question in the reference. My first is that this line, strangely, of the clouds, this angle, kind of follows the angle of the land. They're pretty independent of each other in nature, but that does happen where you kind of get this, you know, cloud lifting at such an angle. So I'd be careful that that it doesn't look like the clouds are literally kind of riding up the land or there's a force field there. So I would, in my opinion, I would probably lower this part of the clouds to go behind these trees. Because you see how there's almost a tangent here? They kind of want to sit on top of each other. And then again, that slant, they both just kind of come down at the same time. That would be something I would do, or I would play up some of these counter angles a little bit. And that's just what I'm thinking now. You know, if I painted it in 2 hours, I might come up with a different solution to that. Other thing that I love is the color, but I don't like is the stripes. And lots of little beautiful, bright, warm spots, but it's quite broken up. So I may try to figure out a way to kind of bind a couple of them possibly, just so it's not so busy. I love the transition of the warm purpley blue up here down to the greens, and it's got all that nice, got the warm yellow light kind of coming across to the gray mauve over here. Got a little bit of, you know, the fluctuations in the sand. There's a lot of neat things going on. Love the negative shapes and the trees. So great, let's see what you did.
So I wanted to actually increase the golden glow of the painting by lifting that.
You did it. Just kidding.
So that's my underpainting.
Yeah, I know. Just kidding.
But then as I painted the sky multiple times, I kind of lost the underpainting a bit. And here's where I am now. I tried lightening the blue green of the sky and I got it too light. It looked very chalky. So I prefer a more luminous look, but my clouds are very dissociated. They don't look, you know, they look like they don't have the blue or gray clouds behind the color.
Yeah,
So
the good
really
news is you're going to be able to work with this, you know, kind of as an underpainting. But yeah, I mean, it really feels dissociated. The blue top to the yellow bottom really do feel quite different from each other. Here's that angle I was talking about. It really does match the angle of the trees, which kind of just makes us shoot off to the left side. And, you know, my greeting is trying to keep the viewer in my picture for a little bit of time. This kind of counter angle works a little bit, but I really just shoot off here. You know, all the lines are basically aiming us here. It could almost look like a arrow. Like, don't look at my painting, look at Darla's painting over here to the left. So I'm always trying to kind of keep the viewer somehow locked in a little bit. Again, I think if this were a little flatter, maybe overlapping or underlapping with the trees, that may be something.
Okay.
Yeah, how do we bind how do we make the sky look a little closer?
Yeah.
And you can see there are these transition colors, right? It kind of gets to a greeny gray, bluey gray. Over here, yeah, it's a pretty big jump. And that can be tricky.
At one point I had some really dark clouds in there and I didn't like it.
Yeah, okay.
So on the left, I have some kind of lighter purpley gray clouds, and I was thinking of expanding that. Obviously, I'm missing a bunch of clouds near the horizon in that section. I just painted over them to try again.
Yeah, I mean, this is
maybe I make it more flat. The whole, instead of angling it down, making it more flat.
Probably the light area kind of does flatten out a little bit. You see these clouds are flatter.
Right.
And then this cloud lifts. I would be almost tempted to even take out this dark part right here and have the clouds kind of starting like there. So
yeah, I didn't have it in, and then I didn't like it and I took it out, and I wanted to make the whole painting a little more golden, you know, more of that golden sunset.
Oh, okay. Well, that may help.
So maybe I flatten out what I've done with make them more flat and not as angled.
You're talking about here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, you're gonna have to probably get back in here and just kind of paint over it, which is fine because you know, whatever colors you choose. But yeah, this just feels like very different paintings. And the sky, I've seen it where the clouds and the area underneath the clouds will be extremely different than the area on top of the clouds. But it's one of those things where photos get away with it. Painters don't always. It just looks odd. And so, yeah, you're going to have to figure out, I see you got a little band of green, but that green band is also following this angle, whereas it would be the whole sky is being affected. So yeah, that would be my first suggestion is let's change that angle. And then and by doing that, by flattening it, I don't think you're going to be as distracted and you're going to be able to figure out gradations. You may want to even incorporate a different sunset. I'm sure you have lots of sunset photos, or look online, or even make something up a little bit. I think you're kind of been caught in the middle of a couple different decisions, and it's not working for you. And that's fine because that's what we do. We test things and then test, fix. Whether or not you just want to start it again, I don't know. I don't know how big it is, or how you want to fix it. If you want to paint opaque enough colors to cover a lot of this blue, it's like when you're in house painting, right? And if somebody had painted the walls before you bright blue, it's not the easiest color to cover, like a bright red wall. You have to use maybe some primer first, some color on top, or you can just paint it very thickly and then you'll have very opaque paint and you can cover anything you want. But you're not going to be able to glaze your way out of that blue for a little while, unless you glazed purple or red, turned it to purple and then brought in some of that. But yeah, I'm sorry I don't have an easy fix for it, but I do see these. They're not quite reading as trees either. Maybe you're not quite to that point yet of refining them.
I just, painting over them because of the edge. I haven't redone the edge there.
Okay.
I was trying to get the sky right. So if I flatten the gold part and then maybe make the sky more that teal green color, that light green instead of the blue,
that will definitely help.
With some sort of gray purple clouds maybe.
What about softening the edges of the clouds?
Definitely have to do that. They're really
this whole area. Yeah, you need movement and.
Thank you so much for all the suggestions. That's helpful.
Okay, yeah, and I will be more involved on Facebook this week. So as you're moving forward, feel free to reach out and see how it's going. I'll be curious to maybe you can give us a couple in between shots and maybe explain kind of some of your thought process as you try different things.
Well, thank you.
I like the sand.
I appreciate your sharing, and it's interesting to see. So thank you. All right. We got time for one more.
8.
Susan? Where's your Susan?
I submit once, twice. I don't know.
Which ones were yours?
It's a Panama Canal.
Panama Canal. And you posted it on here?
Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't see.
Okay, let's go to the main page and see if we can see it on there.
Yeah, you see. See the right hand side, my
Axial
pictures
bearish.
here. The small pictures. Yeah, this one.
Okay, more water, cool.
This is original
Here's our
picture.
reference.
Yeah.
So yeah, very beautiful sky.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's interesting that it's almost split in half. If I squint my eyes,
Yeah.
the top is warm and the bottom's quite cool. You do get some speckling, this water is really busy. If I were to be able to zoom into it, which it's not letting me do, but that is a lot of speckling. It's just like micro choppy water.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. If you want to calm it down a little bit so you can have a little more reflection of the warmth. So what happens when you get these little wavelets like this is all we're seeing is the shadow sides towards us, right? Because, and then the side that's being hit by the light is away from us. So we're seeing the tops of some of them, but it does appear darker than it probably did feel like when you were there. So
Yes.
this is an interesting one because it's very, very busy. Again, if we zoomed in, it would probably look like TV static almost. So, and that can be fine. You just have to figure out how to resolve it. Yeah, the sky is beautiful.
Beautiful.
Here's
Yeah.
kind of what I was talking about with the clouds, you guys. You get these kind of crisper edges a little bit. You get a bit of the halo around, some softer transitions here. And then where, I mean, you got areas where the clouds, you really don't even know where they begin, where they end, kind of some rain, some shadows being cast off it, all sorts of things within clouds. But you can see how the crisp shapes of the
boat,
boats and the hills really contrast against that. So that's one thing I'm kind of aware of, is trying to treat different things differently. I used to have an instructor who would say that. He's like, let the clouds be clouds and the rocks be rocks. And, you know, I knew what he meant by that is like, you've got to paint them slightly differently unless it's a very stylistic painting and you're doing it purposely all the way across. All right, Susan. So Panama, this is a photo you took. It's a good memory, just like the elephants. Let's see how you did it. All right. So there you go. It's got, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of two scenes, right? You got the nice warm area up here and the big cool gray area. So it's kind of, this painting to me is subject wise is about boats.
Yeah.
And a sunset. But thematically to me, the big overarching thing that is about is color and gray. So is that kind of what you want it to be about?
No, it's hard for me. I want to separate the clouds and the water. The clouds should be clouds, but I paint clouds like water, water like clouds.
Yeah, a little bit here.
Yeah.
And you've still got, you got soft edges and stuff here where, you could use crisper edges. I'm curious. Oops, I went too far.
And also the boat, the lines.
Delay in my mouse, so I get anxious. I'm curious. So if this were my painting, I think I would have probably zoomed in and cropped out a lot of this area. It doesn't really tell us much. It doesn't do much for us, for me at least. I would have, let's see. Are you guys still seeing Susan's picture?
Yes.
All right, I am going to bring it into Photoshop real quick. Where's my share screen? Stop share and share screen and Photoshop. All right, so now you guys are seeing Photoshop. Is that right?
I see a black screen.
Oh, I guess I probably have to stay over here. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, move you guys out of the way. I've got dual monitors, so when I dragged it across to the other thing, so Susan, you got this nice, it's a very nice reference. To me, that part that's exciting, of course, is this sky. This is beautiful. And I'm really a big fan of gray colors next to warm colors. I'm not brave enough to do it very often because gray paintings can be pretty difficult to sell. But maybe not so much anymore because people use a lot of gray in their homes. But I'm thinking, like, what again if we just
This is more of a Zorn palette, right?
I mean, in a way it could be. I mean, you could definitely do it with our palette, but I mean, a Zorn palette, I think often leans towards reds and browns, but it could be. All right, I'm just gonna crop it. Ah, it's not letting me. Why not? It's saying I have something open. Do you guys see the little dancing ants
Yeah.
around that?
Yes, yes.
Wow, it's really not taking any commands, and I'm not sure why.
Should be maybe a download first, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like something's open that it's not sure what I want to do with. Let's go here. Oh no, you guys can't see that. But anyways, I would almost want to crop it to something like that. And, you know, maybe take this boat away and move this boat over there. I'm not sure what all of this big area does for you so much. And then you're going to get closer. And then I would probably reflect a little bit of that light, because you know, if the water was at all different, a little bit flatter, that's so weird. We could, you know, there would be some reflecting light and stuff. That's personally what I would probably do, but I do like this area back here quite a lot.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, I don't even know if you had a question.
Yeah, it's very attractive.
That's what's stopping me. It's asking me a question. Oh boy, I'm all over the place now. Because I'm not sharing my screen. Let's go to screen share and back to Photoshop. So there it is. I blew it up. Can you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
And I probably wouldn't want this overlapping that, because that's kind of the best spot, but maybe it helps to draw attention. Let's grab this guy. Sorry guys, my Photoshop's not working very well. Interesting. Anyways, I'm going to come back, but I would think about editing it, possibly. So what are your questions, Susan, about it? Is it just how to get the water to feel more like water?
Yes, and how to draw the boat, the lines. It's very difficult for me.
Sure.
Yeah, that's very thin line.
Yeah, do you guys see me now?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back over to the palette and let's pick up some tools. So Susan, just because you're a painter doesn't mean you need to use a paintbrush, right? We have our palette knife, which, are you guys seeing that?
Yes.
I can get fine lines. We have rulers. I can actually even just take my ruler, dip it in paint. And if I had a steadier hand, you can use your ruler against your surface. Let's add a little bit of paint thinner to that. There's lots and lots and lots of ways.
Thank you very much. That is a very headache for me.
Yeah, no, it's really hard, and especially if your brushes aren't keeping their edge. Here's one of my favorite ways, Susan. Back when we used to travel, you know, every hotel gives you a key card.
A key card.
So I'm constantly I use key cards all the time. In fact, I use them for the grasses a lot, because watch what I can do. I can bend it in my hand Oops, don't have enough paint on there. I can do bent shapes
Oh, yeah.
with it as well. You can drag them. Key cards are great because you can even get back in and get negative shapes with them. My last thing I want to show you, one of my favorite tools of the last couple of years, is used for printmaking, and it's a big rubber thing with these different edges. It's also movable. My daughter uses these to paint with all the time. She just puts big blobs of acrylic and pushes them around with this. They do really neat things. They also are really good for cleaning edges of paint. So like even in my painting, I could come back in and let's see, let's get. You guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So don't be restricted, and that'll be. I feel like I am really doing a hard sell here. That'll be part of the next class is other tools, palette knives and all these other things. Within my little area here, I've got brayers and cake knives and all sorts of different tools that I picked up. Sticks, interesting grasses. There's lots of things you can paint with that are pretty fun. I will try to share a photo that I did when I was in, or a painting I did from when I was in Cambodia of boats, and it had interesting water. And what I actually used to paint my water was squeegees. I will go ahead and throw that onto Facebook right now. So if you have the ability to see that.
Yeah, water, of course, is difficult for the.
Water, and there's no like, how do I paint water? Because water comes being a liquid, it could be crashing waves all the way down to still water, mirror image. And so, yeah, when I saw that and you see all those little black speckles of the little tiny waves, it's just enough breeze that, actually, I don't have to do that. I can just screen share to it. What year did I paint it, I think? Not that year. Sorry, I'm going through my folders real quick. I think I painted in 2017 or 2018. Anyways, anybody else have questions about their painting? We can do one more. There it is.
I do.
All right, let's see if we can see this. So I'm going to do a screen share. Yep. All right, so you guys can see that. So that's transparent. I did a warm undercolor color, the kind of peachy, yellowy orange. And then I just came across it with blues and grays. And then I actually took the squeegee and started removing it and getting these interesting textures. Also using the squeegee to get some of these nice fine lines and things like that. So yeah, there's all sorts of tools for making different marks. And so don't be restricted to, for a while, my daughter was painting with the lids of Tupperware containers, the lids. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, she's painting abstractly and stuff, so she's not restricted to the chaos that she can create. But
Michael?
Yeah.
This is Michelle. If you do have just a second on my grass, it's kind of, I was trying a glazing effect.
Okay, let's get back over to there.
Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, and that's a good challenge. You keep picking interesting ones with good challenges, but just because it's color class, I still want you to think about the design and editing and moving. We get to, still get to do that.
Revisit it.
But good job. No, it's a good start. And I mean, you definitely have beautiful straight lines in there. I can see them. Some of them are amazingly straight. So
Very
good job.
small brush I'm using.
And so who was I going to look at just now?
Michelle?
Michelle.
It's at the top.
Right
Second
here?
one down.
Huh?
Second one down. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, mine's on the right. That's the reference photos.
Oh, okay.
The grass is just too, I don't know how to make, and also I can't do sunbeams.
Yeah, I mean, your reference photos were really interesting. And this one, yeah, with almost nothing there. This one, quite almost busy. But if you squint your eyes, you can see it kind of begins to modify itself into bigger, kind of more neutral shapes, and then with some interesting shadows. So there's a modification going on from the light towards the dark. And then you have, extreme darks towards the front with little bits of highlight on top. The bottom one, yeah, boy, what a challenge. For one, you're not seeing the sides of any of these grasses. So you're just looking across this big wheat field. And it's pretty extreme. What you do get is just enough of this. And it's kind of warmish, kind of a brownish, reddish color on tops. So you're going to get some of that. You do have a row back here you may be able to do something with.
Yeah, if you look at what I did on those, I used the value studies and then just painted on top of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and so I can see where the grays are affecting things and kind of subduing the colors underneath. And that can be, cool or tough, depending on what you're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask me, I guess what this was, I would probably say it's a wheat field.
Yeah,
going
I mean
off
the
into
top
the
one.
distance. What's that?
The top one, that's Turner Creek Park. It's right behind my house. The grass in the background just looks, or maybe that blob in the middle of the grass is too dominant. I don't know how to make it look, the perspective to look better.
Sure. So here's what we've got. We've got light where the light's hitting it and hitting that fog. And as it comes towards us, again, squint your eyes at it, please. And the whole scene gets darker up here. Even the light on top of this is nowhere near as bright as back here. So you've got darks and mids going back to mids and lights going back to all lights. And then you have darker shadows here, here, and they're bigger. And then they get smaller and lighter, like these shadow dark. They feel dark because they're surrounded by light, but they're actually much lighter than these are. So that's going to help you. You could almost create like a base layer and then come back across it with your darks and getting, so it's light to dark. And now I'm talking about the whole flat plane. And then as you're doing your shadows, dark to light. And also looking for size variation. Do you see this little bit of a line that's just kind of hinted at here? Like there's the ground kind of dips down and it goes back here. Maybe turn that into a little bit more described, and that'll take you back into space. You also have a line here that's taking you back into space, a line here that's taking you back into space. You have a line here that's taking you back into space. You have a line right here. So sometimes it's up to us to see something and emphasize it a little bit. Like on the wheatgrass down below, what's to pretend that you're not just standing over here next to this so that the trail maybe is coming down a little more extreme and you're able to tell a little more. We forget that we can walk around in this space and move. There's, if this was my scene to paint, what's interesting about it?
Well, for me, it was the fog in the morning on the grass and the light kind of the haziness.
Yep. So I would, oh, didn't mean to clip out of it. I would do the same thing that I just did with Susan's painting. This is nice-ish, but not nearly as nice as back here. This is what the painting is about to me. This I just got to get through to get to this. So I would probably just crop it this corner out, or I would play that up. Maybe I also if you put your fingers up and measure from the bottom of the scene to the top to the grass, and then from the grass to the top, I bet you it's almost an even split horizon line. When I look at your paintings, yeah, this is an even split. So again, it wants to feel like two different paintings. Like you got a green line and then you got some cool trees. So I think that I would focus in on the part why you painted it. You don't need so much grass to convince us that it's grass. This was all about the clouds with a little bit of contrast, and you brought in quite a bit more wheat again. You've lowered or raised the horizon line. I might raise that horizon line and have this little bit of wheat, almost not even as a thing, but as an awesome color contrast with that blue, gray, angry sky. And then you have this kind of light area that contrasts against it. So I may think about that more than trying to convince us that there's a lot of wheat. So there you go. That's what I would do. Yeah, interesting references for sure. They're nice. And that is beautiful up in there. So I'll be curious to see what you end up doing with it. Oh, my other thing I might do is, knowing me, let's see if I can do it. I'm having a hard time with my Photoshop, but let's see if I can get it. Got so many things open here. Open with Photoshop. All right. Stop screen share and screen share Photoshop. All right. So are you seeing Photoshop again?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to like here. Kind of like these trees too. I'm going to edit right there. All right, so now you see it as great big. I'm going to grab the top of it. Huh. Don't know why it's not letting me undo. But now with that as a reflection, will it let me draw? Huh. I don't know why it's not letting me do anything to manipulate it. But what I was going to do is basically turn this into water with some of the grasses, like a flooded field. So you get some of the interesting things. It becomes about that. I was going to, go in with my eraser tool and erase out some of the areas where the grasses are maybe, or turn it into a bit of a creek or whatever else. But taking something that's not as interesting, just a flat grass, and making it something a little more interesting possibly. I love that jagged log stump. Very cool. But yeah, isn't that nice? You got some really beautiful gradations in there.
Very good idea.
Something like that. I don't know where everything is on my computer. I've got so much stuff open. I apologize.
If you click the X or the check, it should let you move on.
What's
Do
that?
what you want to do. I think you just did it.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
it was hiding. I've got, 10 things open. This is very little thought. This is just, kind of a what if.
Interesting.
That's a great idea. I don't
Yeah.
have Photoshop, but
Wow.
yeah, I know it's kind of it's rather boring picture, but it's part of where I walk every day.
Yeah, and that can be reason enough. Like, I don't mean to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to say, oh, don't paint grandma. She's boring. If grandma means something to you and, your pets and everything else. And that's why, I asked Susan about the scene and, is there's always, there's 100 reasons we pick to paint anything. And unfortunately for me, I've got, can I sell it in the back of my head half the time? Because that's how I make my living. But if you're painting for fun, you can paint, whatever you want for whatever reason you want. And that's great.
I was experimenting with the glazing idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can totally see that. And both your references are great and interesting. And yeah,
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, and I could put it, if I thought a different area of the trees was more interesting and wanted it in the reflection, you move your creek accordingly. Yeah, so there's lots of options. So again, it's just that kind of asking of why am I painting it? What is the interesting thing? And I doubt that you have a great admiration for the lawn. I doubt that it's the lawn that was the subject. I think that it was the light and the trees and the fog, with the lawn being a distant second and third. Yes, the lawn helped tell us about the dissipation of the atmosphere and the fog, but is that important? Do we need you to tell us that, or would we know that already without so much lawn? Yeah. It's like you're saying you got to eat your salad before you can have your dessert, and then you drop the whole salad bowl in front of me. It's like, wait, I'll have some salad to, earn my dessert, but don't make me eat all of it. Everybody's salad. I don't know. That was a bad example. I'm glad everybody's gone.
Thank you, Michael.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Any other quick questions?
Thank you.
You guys are fantastic. I really do appreciate your listening to me for so long each Wednesday and asking such great questions and working so hard. I can really see it and I appreciate it. And thanks for sharing and being awesome with each other. And I'll see you guys in a week and look forward to seeing what you share. Take care, everybody. Hi, Lisa. It's good seeing you.
Thank you. That was great. It was nice to be able to be here, like live. That was really fun.
I know. I'm glad we finally get to meet.
Yeah.
And, I really appreciate your being able to make it and being in here. And I hopefully you liked it. And thanks for taking part in it too.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate it. Can I ask you 2 quick questions?
Yeah, please.
So just with the underpainting, do you do the earth red and the ultramarine separately, or do you mix them together, or do you both?
Mix them together. So if I want it to be bluer and cooler and darker, it'll be a little more blue than red. If I want it to be more on the warmer side, that's what I like, is they're both transparent. And so I can change the color a lot. And actually there's times when I use Indian yellow, French ultramarine, and earth red all together. It makes a very dark color, but I can really change it in between. Here, let me just show you. You got a second?
Sure. If you don't mind. Thank you.
I don't mind. And I've got 2 of the 3 colors up already, so pretty quick. What should I paint on? That's the question. I'm just looking for surface I can paint on really quickly. Lisa, give me 1 minute. I'm just going to run into my storage area and grab something.
Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. Thank you.
Smells good, kiddo. Okay, so what color do I need? Earth red is the color I don't have up there. Yellow. What's that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what they've been doing with it. I never canceled it. Probably try it. I'm still on.
Oh, sorry.
You're all right.
Are you gonna be live, like in class?
I've got Lisa here asked a good question, so she stayed behind me.
Oh, cool.
Give a demo.
Good student.
Yep. This is the first time she's been live with me. So you still there, Lisa? Yep.
I'm still here.
All right.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry.
Yep. This is my daughter Elena's in here. She's getting ready to
Hi.
go work out at the gym.
I think I met her on one of, I think maybe like your first year that you opened your studio or something.
Okay. Well, she's 16 now.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah. So you saw some of her paintings and stuff.
I did. Yeah. I drove down from Seattle.
Oh, great. Did you buy a couple paintings?
I bought a ton of them.
Yeah, you were like the second person that came in.
Yep. You showed her that room, I remember.
That's great. It's so good to see you again. I actually did not put 1 and 2 or 1 and 1 together. 2 and 2. All right.
All right.
2 and 2 together. 1 and 2.
I don't do math. It's all good.
Anyways, here I've got let's just make it a little obvious. I've got my earth red, my Indian yellow, my French ultramarine. So by themselves, I'll just put a streak over there. By themselves, Indian yellow, nice, bright, transparent. The earth red, nice and dark, but also transparent. So transparent that as it gets thinner, it becomes quite light and quite bright. French ultramarine, very dark when it's thick, but it's so transparent that it also gets pretty light as it goes down. You can see through it, like if I wipe away some of it, it becomes quite bright. So my French ultramarine and my earth red together make a beautiful dark color. I mean, it's really dark.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
As it gets lighter, it has kind of a nice kind of burnt umber, right? I was talking about how I can make kind of a burnt umber feel to it. By adding the Indian yellow into the mix, it just, of course, becomes a little more of a yellow brown. But the neat thing too is the Indian yellow stains the surface faster than the other 2 colors. So if I move kind of quickly, I get this yellow left behind.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I would do is I would do French ultramarine, earth red, Indian yellow, a little bit of paint thinner. Some paint thinner so it moves around really quickly. Add a little more Indian yellow. A little more earth. Well, I used all my earth reds, so we get what we get. We'll see what happens.
It's all good.
but it's this beautiful dark color. Now I'm going to lightly take that down a little bit. Whatever
Oh
colors
my
are dominant, it looks
gosh.
like I didn't have so much earth red, so it's kind of leaning towards a green,
Wow.
just a touch. And now let's make a tree here.
Oh, okay. So then you have your values all set for the overpainting.
Yep.
Cool. Wow. And then when you finish painting, you would be barely, if you wanted that glow, you would just barely cover the part that you wiped away as the light source.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different options. Yeah, if I want kind of that transition-y glow, yeah, I can leave that. I can keep wiping back even more. And of course, I could just make it extra glowy and bright if I wanted. Just by adding some opaque paint on there. Trees. Yeah, so it can be lots of different ways to use those transparent colors. I just have to be careful that I don't try to preserve them at the cost of other things, which I found that, they're so fun and they can be so beautiful, but I can be scared to do much with them.
That makes sense.
I can be trying to protect them too much. So.
Yep. No, that totally makes sense. I could stay here all day, but I just want to be respectful of your time, and I've gone way over.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries.
I'm learning so much, and I really appreciate it. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you again for joining us. Thanks for everything. And I will see you in a week, hopefully, if you're able to make it. All right. Take care, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.